We are on time, actually. I didn't think we would be. Um, you know, uh, you ever like. This is gonna sound weird. It's probably gonna make me sound a little deranged. There was a post that went a little viral on the Deltarune subreddit where like someone posted like a picture of like a child's skull and was like, "Is this what Sans would look like?" And ever since then, I like started looking up child skulls because it looked fucking horrifying. I didn't actually realize that children were born with two sets of teeth in their skull, but they are. That and that's fucking terrifying. So I keep like looking at these pictures and I'm like, oh my god, this would make a banger fucking. so 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 yeah. Now I have like nightmare fuel based on child skulls. Freddy like Epstein. Okay. Okay, good to know that you're unhinged as ever. Yeah. Ooh boy. But yeah, no. Children are fucking terrifying. And the thought of I don't know, just like I child morticians must have the worst job in the world because not only do they have to look at children all day, they have to look at dead children, which are objectively more terrifying than normal children. Thoughts on totalitarian? Don't make me in stream again. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it, buddy. Alright, let's turn this shit off. Let's turn the game on, like how I turned on your mom last night. Okay. Okay, let's just wait for the... Let's just wait for the game, chat. Let's just wait for the game. Can't wait to play fucking Doki Doki Literature Club after this shit. Oh my god, you guys are assholes. All of you. All of you are assholes. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. It's Nico. Oh shit. There we go. Give me a second, chat. I have to sneeze. I'm gonna turn off my mic. To be honest, the actions of totalitarian states against fingers still terrify me in my nightmares. I I don't know what I did to deserve such a terrible audience, you know? I know I haven't been a good person. I haven't gone to church every Sunday. I haven't sometimes I've had like cash in my wallet and I didn't give it to homeless people. And you know what? I'll just admit it. I collect shit off the ground. I collect shit off the ground. No, not like shit, but like rocks and stuff. And that's weird. That's weird. Everyone tells me it's weird, but I still do it, okay? I don't know what I did to deserve this, okay? Didn't expect the stream to be so sudden. Guess I won't be writing UTY Asylum. Really lacking on it, but they said the past week was pretty dog shit. Oh, no, I'm sorry to hear that, Cooler. Head totalitarian states. Okay. Okay, what's the deal? I know my writing is impact. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sophia, you're the worst, which is why you get the worst audience. No, you guys aren't just the worst, you're fucking rotten. You're down to the core. You are insufferable. I don't know what I did to deserve this. Um Now you're talking about authoritarianism? Buddy. How about you go outside? How about you go outside? You look at that grass, you take a good whiff of it, and you touch it. I don't want you to just like touch it and then go back inside. I want you to really dig your fingers into the soil, really dig your fingers into the grass, really smell it, really enjoy being there. Realize that you are but a speck in the cosmic waste that is the universe. You don't matter. You don't matter, and that's okay, because no one else matters. And then I want you to go back inside. I want you to take a shower, and then I want you to do something social. That's what I want you to do. That's what I want you to do. Okay. Oh. Oh. All right. Lady's dead. It's been quite a while since we played this. I don't quite remember what I have to do, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. I'll finger it out. No, that sounds way worse than I thought. Oh god. Can't wait to cry like a little pussy bitch. Hello, person! 2 children reside near here. I forgot how fucking dour this shit was, dog. I forgot how fucking dour this shit was. How bleak, how quite depressing this shit was. The squares are blocking the doorway. I'm supposed to find plain bits, right? I'm gonna go find that glasses guy and talk to him again. Smart people like us should be the only ones who can vote. I disagree. I don't think anyone should be. You know what? You know what? Democracy was good while it lasted. But you know, a lot of people are going to be like, Sophia, are you anti-democratic? And I'm going to say, no, 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 no. I am anti-democratic as long as we allow idiots like you to live. So here's my solution. Here's my solution. Here's my solution. We just like stop having government at all. You know? None. Absolutely zilch. We go back to living in tribes. Yes, we go back to living in tribes and caves. And then when we figure our shit out, we can stop living in tribes and caves and we can come back and be a democracy again. Oh, hi, Birdly. You made an animation on your channel. Oh, that's sick. She's advocating for one party rule on her stream. I literally said the fucking opposite of it. Anarchy is the best. Oh, okay. Sometimes I feel like everything I do is like going in a circle over and over and over again. You know what I mean, man? Because I feel like I've had this exact same conversation before. Oh wait, I can be in the middle! Do you know where I could find a battery?
Good question. We don't really use electricity in the clan.
Anime boy blush. Miss Ted Kaczynski. Sophia, you're a filthy anarcho-primitivist who wouldn't survive in the world. No, 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 no. See, that's the glory of it. I only support anarcho-primitivism for you. For me, I get to live in a utopia where where I get to do whatever the fuck I want. You, meanwhile, with your primitive little monkey brain, you get to live in a hut like the rest of the monkeys, okay? Okay.
I want Twitter to know that that was a joke. Please don't cancel me.
I feel like every day it becomes closer and closer to Sukuru Ghetto. Like, come on, man.
Jeez. My fucking voice. Dog, I haven't had to do it in so long.
This is technically existed in Turkey, mostly not anymore, where the military guard, public secularism, cooed certain governments, especially religious ones. So it's Sophia saying that she wants to be a billionaire. No, 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 no. I don't want to be a billionaire. I just want to be the only person with rights. Okay, okay, okay. I want to have so many rights that the wrongs I commit don't matter anymore. I don't want to be a billionaire. I want to be a god. Okay, okay. There you go. There you go. I feel like one of these days, one of those lol cow documentary channels is gonna find these streams. And they're gonna be like, she unironically believes all this. And it's just like, nah, dog. Why the fuck does this music have to be so damn sad, dude?
Oh, but there are robots research station. There's a battery anywhere. They'd know where it is. Gotcha, thanks.
Her inner Trotsky will come out. I don't want to lead a vanguard party, okay? I'm not smart enough to do that. Sophia must get rid of our rightful dictatorship of the people. You mean a dictatorship of the proletariat? Because if so, I'm not fucking with that Lenin shit.
You know where I can find some gears? Gears? What's that? That's like a circle metal thing with teeth. A circle with teeth? That sounds terrifying. What the fuck? Like something a magpie would have. No, like something a magpie would have. Magpie? You know, the trader guy. He collects all kinds of funny stuff. He even keeps around broken glass and junk.
Who will be purged in 1937? I don't know, man.
Oh yeah. I think I know who you're talking about. He's such a weirdo.
What the fuck am I supposed to give him? Well, anyway, now I know where I'm supposed to go. You know what I kind of miss? One of my favorite oh, hi, Clem likes tangerines. One of my favorite things I like doing, I really like watching these videos on obscure, RPG Maker games from, like, the 2010s. And I'm kind of sad that, like, those don't exist anymore. I mean, like, they do, don't get me wrong. There are RPG Maker games that are still getting made, you know, you see them from time to time. But it's also like, you know, I kind of miss when like every game was like depressing as shit. You know, it had like a meta narrative about being alive, about what it means to be alive. You know what I mean, man?
Those squares again. Deeper ruins ahead. Do note that they are partially flooded.
Oh, right, I can walk on these. I forgot. I'm so stupid. I'm so fucking dumb. Sophia wants to play Fear and Hunger, so I'm not playing Fear and Hunger. There's like 3 reasons why, okay? Number 1, the game is full of dicks and vagines, and you guys are all like 13 collectively. I'm not gonna show you guys a bunch of dicks and vagines. 2, the game is full of dicks and vagines, and you all are 13. I'm not gonna show you a bunch of dicks and vagines. Fourth, Fourth, the game is full of dicks and vagines. I'm not going to show you all, who have a collective attention span of a 13-year-old, dicks and vagines. Did I sleep in this bed? Sophia, play Look Outside. No, we're playing a Doki Doki Literature Club next, apparently. Not super stoked about it.
I'm a little tired from walking. Is it alright if I take a nap?
Yes. Oh, right, I forgot it closes the game. Dicks or vagina is Sophia PewDiePie? I hope not. I don't want to say the N-word. Right, the Solstice route is fucking weird, dog. Because it gets rid of, like... It gets rid of those, the dreams that, like, were, like, kind of my favorite part. Thought of recommend... I think Look Outside is too hard for her. What? Okay, let me look it up. Look Outside. Huh. I could check this out. This looks fun. Huh. Fuck with this art style. Never heard of this game before. Huh. Okay, one of the images on Google is a guy looking outside of a spaceship into space, and that's like the most out there concept for like a search about look outside, you know what I mean? Whatever. Can you show my animation, please? Sure, but if there's anything inappropriate about it, I'm gonna have to do it to you. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean, don't you? Yeah, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know what I mean, ese. Oh my god, are you animating the Gaster versus Birdley fight? The common theme of this channel is easy mode and no blood mods, so you're not gonna stand it if I had to guess. You know what? Go fuck yourself, man. Like genuinely fuck yourself. Let me figure out how this works. It's been a while. There we go. There we go. Let's watch this tiny animation. Okay, they're kind of fucking boxing. I want to rewatch that. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's really good. What the fuck? Oh, I guess you guys can see yourself now. Oops. Neat girl failure. Wow. Animations already. Also being a neat girl failure in general. You know what? Go fuck yourself, okay? Okay, I'm not a fucking neat. We've been over this. Definition-wise, I'm not a fucking neat. Second-wise, girl failure? Go fuck yourself, man. Go fuck yourself, dude. Oh my god, I don't know why it's, like, common for people to, like... I don't even know what you mean by that, okay? Just shut up. Here. I'm gonna look up the fucking definition for girl failure. Alright. Girl failure. I don't fail at anything. Least of all being a girl, you fucking asshole. Fandom slang. A fictional girl or woman who is endearingly pathetic or inept. Go fuck yourself. I'm not that fucking inept. Jesus, dog. Go fuck yourself. Okay, Susie. Why is that like your go-to thing? Why is it either I'm like a neat girl failure who has like a crippling Yuri addiction and like can't get over like, you know, whatever bullshit you come up with, or I'm literally Susie Deltrin. Why are those your two options? Why are those your two fucking you're worse than Asa Mikata? Go fuck yourself. That reminds me of me. Sophia, I have proof Vizzy Pop is evil. Why? You lose all the time, though. Yeah, I lose all the time because I don't usually play video games. You realize I started streaming because I don't usually play video games? You realize that, right? Oh, gee. Ooh. Wow, this neat girl failure. She can't do anything. Yeah. Maybe it's because I'm too busy going out in the real fucking world. Oh, but no, apparently you want me to be a gamer god or some dumb bullshit. Go fuck yourself. Take a rusty pipe, snap it in half. Just Jesus. Vizzy Pops collabs with Andrew Hussey. Andrew Hussey scammed his fans for millions and fired all the writers. Okay. The demon formerly known as Sophia. Man, fuck yourself. Go fuck yourselves. Genuinely. And completely. Man. All you guys fucking do is insult me. It's insane. It is fucking oh, I can go over. I'm smart. I'm learning. Chat. Look, I might actually be able to get my degree after all. What the fuck is this? Dog. Oh. Hell yeah. So wait, no, they're just walkable tiles. Huh. I almost forgot I was playing a videos game. Holy shit. Holy shit. Look at all the sick moves I can do. Alright, where the hell is that laboratory? Oh. I actually want to talk to that person. The bridge of the forest was just restored. Village evacuees should be able to find better fishing spots here. Plant Spirit is really looking out for us, isn't she? Yeah. Dog, this is fucked up. Are we sure this is like the best ending? Because so far, like, my previous choice of, like, saving the world seems like a better outcome, you know what I mean? Oh, that's just a pointless bridge. I hope Berdly sacrificed himself like Vegeta against Majin Buu. Why would he do that, though? Berdly hasn't really done anything wrong. Sophia can't appreciate deep, genuine cinema like Eternals or Rambo 1. I didn't like Rambo 2 either. I thought it was more of the same bullshit. Also, who the fuck liked Eternals? Fuck the world, we prefer Nico. Trust the process. The land fragmentation is happening faster and faster now. But looks like the vines are slowing it down. I don't... Noel, Chris, I do this for you, and yes, even you, Susie. Why the fuck? Why are we writing absolute dog shit right now, dog? I don't know where this... Whatever. Mommy's making food for everyone. Oh no. I want to help her catch fish, but I'm not a grown-up yet. What the fuck? Are you okay? I want to go back home. You can't, bitch! Well, now I guess now I like Eternal since you dislike it. You're like you can't. You people are like those annoying kids at recess. You know what I mean? Like you're like, you know what? I have laser powers, and they're like, no, my force field blocks lasers, and you're like, okay, well I use a dinosaur. Like, no, my force field blocks dinosaur. And eventually you get their parents to get divorced because that's the only way you can hurt them. You guys are exactly like that. Fuck you mean dog shit, this shit is peak. No. No. I wanna go back home. I wanna go back home. You're the trader guy. Sure I am. You wanna trade? Oh, sorry, I was sure am. Because if you are, I got bad news for you. A lot of my stuff was back in my cart, which was sadly abandoned when I was running for my life. So my collection is very limited right now. Managed to grab some of my favorite things before I left, though. We're pretty mature. We have been dealing like immature kiddos online, like. All of you are children, I swear to God. You know, maybe streaming was a bad idea. I left, though. Oh, have anything like gears? Gears? Like those metal spinny things? I don't have anything like that. Wait. I do have this box you can wind up and play a song. That's a music box. Yeah. There's lots of there's lots of metal bits in here. Oh, that might work. I'm not sure I want to trade it away. It's one of my favorite things. Oh. Oh, what am I saying? You're the savior. Things have gotten pretty bad around here lately. If I don't help you, I might not be around much longer. You need this to save the world, right? Susie is the Krillin, but Krillin's spelt wrong. You know what grinds my gears? So much has happened. Whatever. Take it. Ah, thank you. This island has more moss covering our entire covering than our entire village, dude. Dude, trust me. Trust me. If Chris got isekai'd here instead of Nico, they would have been eating this shit up. Andrew Hussey spent entirely of 2 millions for oil to make himself oiled up forever. What is this obsession with Andrew Hussey, Cooler? I don't get it. What did Andrew Hussey do to you? Did they fuck your wife? Did they steal your car? Did they steal your dog? Did they shit in your Cheerios? Did they like, I don't know, did they like, what the fuck did Andrew Hussey do to you? Sophia goes into Agartha. Isn't Agartha that thing like, you know, Neo-German soldiers from the 1930s believe in? Would have been nice to build a settlement here. Sophia snorts pure caffeine powder, buddy. Not even pure caffeine powder would keep me. Actually, wait, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, chat. Because ingesting just 3 spoonfuls of caffeine powder gives you a fucking heart attack. Maybe that's my out. Because I love hating Sophia, and they're the enemies we need to untie to defeat them. Okay, you're talking like a goddamn AOT character. By the way, my mom started watching Attack on Titan. Eren is her favorite character, chat. Anyway. Would have been nice to build a settlement here. Too late now, I guess. What a day.
Oh, hello, Messiah. Would you like some stew? I made enough to fill the whole village, I did.
Everyone in chat is an idiot? Yes.
Literally. That's okay, thanks.
Looks like the Glen is deteriorating faster than ever now. The vines are everywhere. Are we the prey? No, we are the hunters. Just like the words of the Attack on Titan opening. We need to unite against common enemy, which is Housey, Fizzy Pop, Adi Shankar, and Sophia. I don't even know what Adi Shankar did. Who the fuck is he? Vines are everywhere. Plant Lady must be protecting us.
Yeah.
Our entire village was ransacked by the squares not too long ago. I'm just gonna say it, I wish I had more teeth. I know it's a controversial opinion these days. I just wish I had more of them, you know? Village getting ransacked by the squares not too long ago. Most of us made it out alive, but we can't really go back anymore.
Oh.
Squares are bad news, man. Let's be real, Putin is nothing in comparison to modern writers. You sound like a fucking Redditor, dude. Where the fuck do I go? Okay, whatever. Guess I have to find another way onto that island. Did I get the music box? Yes, I did. What if I talk to this guy with the thing? What a day. Adi Shankar made the shitty Devil May Cry show. Got the Simpsons to cut a poo and burned a house near Cooler's residence. Wait, that's the same guy? But I thought that doesn't make sense though. 'Cause in my mind, okay, I'm gonna make like a hot take as someone who started watching The Simpsons when I was 19 and didn't really watch it that much as a kid. I think Apu is like a nothing character. And I know that's gonna piss off some people, but like, I watched like seasons 1 through 9, and he didn't do anything aside from, you know, be an Indian stereotype. And that's fine for the time, but like, you know, I don't know. But like, I don't really agree with removing him from the show. I'd say I just agree with turning him into not a fucking stereotype, you know? It's sort of like what they did with Carl Carlson, you know? He was like originally like a nothing character, and then they gave him like a ton of spotlight episodes, and now he's like a whole ass dude. You know what I mean? Or the Simpsons could have just not listened to like the criticism they got or something. I don't know. I don't really think it matters all that much. I think a lot of people make a big deal out of really dumb things. Yeah, we see a streamer that looks like Asmongold. See, I heard about that. And if you know anything about Asmongold hates woke people. So you're like, wait a minute, is bro like woke because he got like the Simpsons to remove like Adi Shankar, but then he includes like Asmongold in his show? That'd be like if someone, you know, complained about like well, it's like that'd be like if someone like, I don't know, like 10 years ago complained about women constantly, and then like when they got like their own show to write, they fucking cast Brie Larson in the main role. You know what I mean? It's like, it's fucking weird, right? That'd be weird, right? And I'm not saying like character development. I'm sorry, that sounds cringe. I'm not saying character growth can't happen in that time. You know what I mean? Like maybe he became like a chud or something. But that's just like weird, you know? Okay.
Looks like a generator. Do not stand close to the generator. If you have inquiries, ask me instead. Hello, person. This is the main generator of the Glen.
Adi Shankar has no real beliefs, but hey, the stand-in for illegal immigrants are demons? What? So, okay, so let me get this. Okay, so I'm going to be honest. I don't have any prior knowledge about Devil May Cry. I know I'm a fake gamer, but those games really became popular when I was like in grade school, dog. I didn't play them. And when DMC5 came out, I was too busy like dealing with COVID depression, you know, man? So I have no experience with the franchise. But like, I don't know, the vibe I always got from it was that it was fucking goofy. Like there's this scene, like I know there's like this really famous scene where like Dante is like about to confront demons, but then he like does like he does like some Michael Jackson dance moves instead. Like, you know, like he hangs out with like big boopy bitches, but like, I don't know, like I've always gotten like very silly vibes from that. You know what I mean? I I don't know. I don't really know if that's I might be speaking out of my ass here when I say this, and I probably am, but I don't know. For like a franchise that seems to like be very silly, I don't think they would have the demons, like the literal bad guys, the things that Dante kills all the time. I don't think they'd have them be illegal immigrants. Just wow. Thoughts on CW Flash? Oh boy, you just started the next tangent. The MC was pretty cool. This dude went immediately after I finished them.
Hello. Would you happen to know where I can find a battery for a flying machine? It's kind of an emergency. I do not know what a flying machine is, but any sort of machinery would require a high capacity power cell. For example, the generator in this room utilizes such a device. Oh, right, I almost forgot. We had to fix the battery for this thing in the Barrens, didn't we, Super Kami Sophia? If this is an emergency for living beings, you could use the battery from the generator.
No, but like, for real, CW Flash is like the, I don't know. The Arrowverse was like really fun, in general. Like, it was really fun. I have fond memories of the Arrowverse, and yes, that is because I grew up with it. If it came out now, I wouldn't fuck with it at all. Case in point, the MCU throws out like shitty soap opera level shows, and I don't give a fuck about them. They hit me at like the right point in time, basically. And I'll be the first to tell you that the Arrowverse was fucking terrible. You know? I know that 30-second video you made years ago. Yeah, about like the Flash. That was because my brother started rewatching The Flash, and and like that was like, The Flash is like, it's weird because it's a soap opera, and it wants to convince you it's primetime television. It wants to convince you that shit is actually going to matter, except shit doesn't matter because Flash isn't a soap opera or an action show. It's a sitcom. Because the fucking status quo stays the fucking same. There's like a million main characters, all of which with their own plot lines. There is an overarching season plot line, but it doesn't fucking matter because it gets reversed instantly. Like, The Flash is like genuinely one of the worst shows I've ever seen in my life. It is genuinely a what the fuck's even the point kind of thing. However, I will give it credit. Grant Gustin is a way better Flash than Ezra Miller. Because Grant Gustin didn't touch little kids. With the generator. Oh! Loki, I heard it was garbage after season 4. Dude, it was garbage after season 1. And by season 1, I mean season 1, episode 3. It was just not a good show. Anyone who tries to tell you otherwise, you know, and like, I get it. The Arrowverse had that formula. They had this status quo they wanted to maintain. But like, here's the thing. The Arrowverse had several status quo shifting moments. And it would change shit on the shows themselves. Like, for example, after the Crisis on Infinite Earths event, everything took place on one Earth as opposed to many different ones. And you would see this with the heroes like meeting each other more frequently. This affected Supergirl. This affected Black Lightning. This affected Arrow. I didn't watch Arrow. I don't fuck with Arrow. Arrow was just edgelord slop. I'm gonna be real. It didn't affect the Flash at all because the Flash doesn't give a shit. The Flash has like a set status quo that they like to use constantly. They want Barry to date his adopted sister, which is weird, but okay. They want Barry to date his adopted sister. They want them to go through superficial drama, and they want them to make up at the end of it. That is the Flash. That's literally it. You know, you want to know why I haven't made like a big video essay on like why I don't like the Flash? Because that means I'd have to watch the fucking Flash again, and I don't want to do that. So no. Sophia, are you ready for Freddy is also a phrase used in round 2? Okay, I'm gonna end the poll. Thoughts on DCEU Flash? What is there to say?
Wait, but if we take the battery here...
Sorry, Nico, I got caught up in a tangent.
All you guys would lose power, wouldn't you? Maybe Sophia and I should go and find another one. Negative! This is the only battery in the Glen powerful enough to be used as a standalone unit. If it is a dire situation, then do what you must. Oh. Guess we have no choice but to take the Super Kami Sophia.
Have any of you read the Invincible comic? I was wondering if I should... I didn't read the Invincible comic, but I got everything spoiled for me. And... I don't know, I'm just going to say this. The Invincible is just JJK. And what I mean by that is it is as disappointing as the ending of JJK. Well, we deprived an entire community of everything. We stole a fucking battery to move forward. Yeah. Yep, that's what we fucking do. Hmm. Hmm. Huh, you mean you knew nothing of the ending? No, I do know the ending. The ending is why I say that. Read the Invincible comic if you want. I don't think it was a satisfying ending. However, I'm also a cynical old bitch who hates fun. Like, okay, my least favorite kind of character is the female love interest who solely exists to lift the male character up. And that's what Adam Eve is. And the fact that Adam Eve is functionally fucking immortal kind of bothers me, because it means that legitimately Mark gets in like this cycle of something really fucked up happening. He gets depressed about it. He tells Eve and him work it out, and then something really fucked up happens again. Mark gets really depressed about it. He tells Eve and him work out, and I get it, it's healthy, but after the 5th fucking time it happens, it gets fucking annoying. I don't care about Adam Eve. There is nothing to fucking care about with this character. The only reason why people like Adam Eve is because she's fucking hot, dude, and that's it. And if I just wanted to look at fucking hot girls, I could look up that shit on the internet, dude. Ugh. Thoughts on Yuji becoming a member of the Triple K? I haven't read Modulo. Mainly because the ending of JJK disappointed me that much. I don't know if that's true. I do hear that Yuji gets up to some pretty interesting stuff, though. Like, bro is still schmoozing after being 95. Like, that's kind of insane. I'll be honest, I also don't like Eve, but it doesn't mean she... I preferred Amber, to be honest. A lot of people don't like Amber because Amber was very mean to Mark. However, Amber was only mean to Mark for very justifiable reasons, comma, if you're 17. And guess what? Amber was 17 dating another 17-year-old. And a big theme of season 1 is that both of them didn't really understand each other all that much. So, I don't know. I feel like getting upset at a teenager for acting emotionally immature is like getting upset at Oliver for acting emotionally immature. Because, like, you know, your brain isn't fully developed and shit. I don't know. And even then, in season 2, again, this woman is a fucking saint to Mark. She is literally the best girlfriend ever. And the only reason why she stops being the best girlfriend ever is because Anissa threatens to kill her. Which is fucking understandable as shit. You're telling me that if you're on a date with your fucking girlfriend and then some alien dude comes up and says, hey, I want to talk to you. If you move, I'm going to kill this guy. Like, realizing you're nothing more than a bargaining chip for, like, supervillains? Yeah, that's fucked up. I don't blame her for that. Also to mention, I think Amber and Mark had way more chemistry. Like, okay, I feel like there's two kinds of superhero love interests. There's the Adam Eve types, the ones who solely exist to push and motivate the male main character forward. And then there's the Amber types, the ones who actually get to be people. For example, Jean Grey is a fucking Adam Eve type, and you can't convince me otherwise. That's why she's the most boring fucking character. That's why no one gives a shit when she dies, because Jean Grey sucks. No one likes her. The only reason why people like her is because they want to be Wolverine and they want to bang a redhead. That's literally it. It's literally fucking it. And then on the other end, you have like characters like Mary Jane, who actually are characters and have great chemistry with the superhero in question. And yes, Amber and Mary Jane do push over Mark, push Mark up when he's feeling low, but it's not. That's not like their sole purpose in the story. They can actually be characters too, you know. Amber was not justified. Hold everyone to the same standards. I am holding everyone to the same standards. Oh my god. Raimi trilogy, Mary Jane. I haven't seen the Raimi trilogy in like a really long time. I feel like a lot of people give Raimi trilogy Raimi trilogy Mary Jane a lot of shit, but also like let's admit everyone in the Raimi trilogy was acting fucking weird all the time. So Gwen Stacy shows up in one cameo and immediately wants to fuck Spider-Man, which is weird as shit. Peter Parker is basically like a wannabe school shooter for the entire first movie. Like Harry Osborn goes from normal fucking guy to James Franco out of nowhere. Okay, everyone acts fucking weird in those movies, and yeah, that's part of the cheesy charm. But I feel like you also need like a lot of context for them. I don't know, but again, it's been like a while since I've seen those movies, and I don't really care to rewatch them. The same boiling water softens a potato will harden the egg. What the fuck does that mean? Stop hitting me with this fucking depressing music. I feel like shit. Congratulations, Savior. You deprived this community of their favorite music box and battery. You are a piece of shit. Yeah, I get it. I really wish people would watch these gaming streams more. Said it's like the same 6 people. No, whatever. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I feel like after a while, like, superhero love interests weren't really disposable per se. But, like, they became that way for, like, a while. Because, you know, most of the time they're there for wish fulfillment. Most superheroes inherently are a power fantasy. And you can't just in the same way that many shonen protagonists are a power fantasy. And much like shonen protagonists being gifted women who will, you know, give them their fucking loins at like the drop of a hat. A lot of like superhero love interests are like that too. But there are good ones. I don't know. I just wish that like everyone was just better written in general. Like, I don't know. I think this, like... I just, like... I kind of fucking hate something, and it's, like, really specific. So, and I don't want to progress the game, because if we do, I'm going to lose this thought. But, like... So... Here it is. I don't like how a lot of television has conditioned people to thinking that killing the love interest is bad writing. I don't like that. I don't like that because usually when the love interest dies in a show, they get brought back 2 seasons later for the sake of a love triangle. I don't like that. I don't like bringing back dead characters because it undoes the fucking... It feels like a fucking fake out. It feels like you are softening the audience up. You're pulling a fast one on them. You're having your cake and you're eating it too. You didn't want to commit to actually killing someone. It would be better if you didn't kill anyone at all. But then you run into the second issue. The second issue is that everyone thinks that romance is all like happy and fun and always ends with a happy ending when really it fucking doesn't. And people treat it like it's bad writing whenever it doesn't. Because they just want to live vicariously through the media they consume. When it's like, no, dude. We should kill more love interests. More people should break up. More relationships should be messy because that would be more real. That would be more realistic. I'm not saying realism is always a good thing. Sometimes it is good to escape, but I'm fucking tired of the same Disney princess bullshit constantly. Fridging the love interest is considered old, outdated trope. That's why. No. I'm not saying fridge them. I'm not saying make a love interest who solely exists to get murdered. I'm saying you kill them when their relationship is at their fucking peak, dude. You're allowed to kill a character and have that character also mean something for the story as well. It's actually surprisingly common. Killing the love interest isn't just killing a cardboard cutout. It isn't just killing someone for the sake of drama. And if it is, then it's bad and it's poorly done. Because what you should be feeling isn't just shock and outrage. You should be sad because you don't get to see that character anymore. Not because Kyle Rayner doesn't get to kiss his girlfriend anymore. You should be sad because you don't get to see What's-Her-Face anymore. You should be sad that you don't get to see Mary Jane anymore. You should be sad that you don't get to see Gwen Stacy anymore. You should make them feel like real people. People were sad when Reze died. Why were they sad when Reze died? Because she felt real. Ugh! Sophia, let's kill the main character with their relationship when it's at its peak and switch POV. That's actually a really good idea, and I support that. When they have the most achieve, it hurts the most. Exactly. Yes, Reze and Chainsaw Man is like every girlfriend in Chainsaw Man gets fucking axed, the dog. Like, legitimately, like, the day after Denji and Power, like, get, like, kind of weird and, like, flirty and romantic, Power fucking dies. Like, I don't know, like the fucking, and then, like, after Makima, like, is like, okay, Denji, you're my dog, then she immediately becomes the main op and we kill her. But no one treats it as we're killing the love interest for shock value. No one treats it that way because they're strong characters. Because it's part of the fucking theme of the story. These things don't have to just be for shock value. And the fact that people have been trained to think that killing someone purely for the sake of killing them is shock value. When a character dies, it should fucking mean something. Ah! I don't know. I'm noticing this trend in, like, a lot of anime. Specifically because of the existence of Chainsaw Man. And Fire Punch. Basically anything Tatsuki Fujimoto has worked on. It's basically just, we're going to make things really dark and edgy, and people are going to, like, have sex and kill each other. And that's cool. I like that. It gives you more variety to work with. Excuse me. However, people don't understand why these things are done to begin with, and they just start like killing things. Well, no, there's like a balance, you know what I mean? It's boring when people get killed too much, and it's boring when no one dies at all, you know what I mean? There's a balance, dog. I don't know, watch me write my comic, and then everyone says it's, like, terrible, and I execute everything poorly, but I don't care, man. It's just something that bothers me, specifically in, like, primetime TV, shit made for adults. They'll have, like, a million fucking sex scenes in there, just to let you know that it's made for adults. The characters will get roughed up, people will get bloodied up, that old show, The Magicians. Magicians is a great example. First season has, like, 12 fucking sex scenes and no one dies. No one dies. Even when people do die, they come back immediately. Why? Because primetime TV is just soap operas for jaded doomers. That's all it is. You know? Sophia, I was wrong. You were talking about Reze the entire time. Such a masterpiece. Consult me on writing a comic. Trust me, I know a lot about it. I think I know more than you. Me soloing Makima. Yeah. Okay, anyway, let's progress this shit.
We found a music box. It should have gears in it, right? I assume so, but looks like one of the ones my father made. Your dad makes music boxes too?
Some ancient and obscure show like Game of Thrones. I haven't seen Game of Thrones, mainly because of the ending, but maybe I should watch Game of Thrones. I don't know. I just like a lot of primetime TV. Like, for example, I'm watching this show with my parents right now, and it's like called like the. It's something. It's like a British show from 2016. It's like I'm gonna look it up. Tom Hiddleston Manager, because I want to get the name correctly. Night Manager. Night Manager is fucking terrible. Night Manager is fucking terrible because they're because it does everything I say but like badly. It's like the most by the books. We need to let men know this is for men. So like he has sex with every woman on screen, the main character. His girlfriend that he met one night fucking dies. Um it it's just like the most cliched shit ever. These these women aren't characters, they're just props. And that's like the thing that like upsets me so much. So much. I don't know. We can have a good character and we can also kill her. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like this concept is that Loki. Yeah, Tom Hiddleston's in it. It's a really bad show. I don't like it. He's very much miscast in that role, by the way. Anyway, it's just like let me think. Let me use my brain. Um it's like no one acts this way when male characters die, right? When male characters die, it's always like, and yes, male characters can be generic as fuck too. Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of generic fucking dudes out there. However, they aren't killed for shock value at all. They're usually killed to further the plot, which is how you should do a character death. It shouldn't matter what gender your character is. If someone dies, that has to mean something for the story. And if it doesn't mean something for the story, then maybe examine that. Like Attack on Titan is a good example of this. Characters die all the time, but that's just because the world is cruel. That's because they live in a world that's like, basically two fascist governments intersecting in the middle of the giant people. Um, like The Walking Dead is a show I haven't seen, but it's also a good example because a lot of characters fucking die in that. And it's a good example because the world is cruel. But you can't just have it be like a character dies, it means nothing, and we continue on like nothing. Because then you're saying that death means nothing, that character meant nothing, that you shouldn't get invested in this character because they are nothing. I love JoJo's, but JoJo's does this a lot. A lot of like characters like fucking Noriaki Kakyoin fucking exist solely to like you just get killed and no one acknowledges it at all. Jotaro gets like slightly more angry. That's it. I don't know. What a sick joke, Sophia. Now you hate men. I don't hate men. Men are cool. Some of you are anyway. I don't. It's just like usually women who get fridged. I don't think Vidal's beatdown is that bad though, because like hear me out, hear me out. And that's the reason why I didn't go into it in the video. Because I think her getting beaten up, you know, while it is the end of her characterization and basically the last meaningful thing she does as a character, I don't think it was intended to be read that way. If you're reading Dragon Ball from the mindset of Toriyama, someone who very much admitted to writing by the seat of his pants and just introducing characters left and right because he thought they were cool, then I don't know, it's kind of hard to read Videl getting beaten up that way. Like, for example, is Yamcha getting his leg broken fridging? No, it isn't. Is Yamcha dying to the Cybermen fridging? No, it isn't. And yes, it is gratuitous violence against a woman, and a lot of people have a hard time saying that. But like, that's like the that's like the problem here, because in real life women are often victimized. In shows, people like to exploit that by having women get beat up or like assaulted or something, and having people be like shocked and outraged because it's like, oh no, and they think that makes it gritty and real when really it doesn't. It doesn't. It's just cheap. When these things happen in media, they should mean something. I don't know. I just. Anyway, back to Videl. I don't think Videl getting beaten up is anything spectacular for Dragon Ball, considering that Dragon Ball Z literally opens up with Goku getting fucking impaled. Uh, Dragon Ball is just a very violent series. I think it's easily dismissible beyond that. However, what is unexcusable is that Videl has nothing else to do throughout the entire series, despite being introduced as a fellow competitor, as a fellow combatant. The fact that she gets reduced to a housewife, in my eyes, is irredeemable because she's the exact opposite of Gohan. What if Videl decided to better herself? What if she decided not to be limited by this one beating she had? What if she decides to be trained by Krillin and Yamcha and like learn the Kaioken or something? I know this sounds like fanfiction, but it fucking shouldn't. It should have just fucking happened in the show. Ugh. We all love Videl get beat down now. Videl might as well have been fridged. Sophia thinks Dragon Ball is a mature shonen. No, I don't. Dragon Ball is a shonen story written in the fucking mid-80s. Dragon Ball was written 40 years ago in a socially conservative country. I understand that. However, it just feels inexcusable considering that one of Toriyama's main inspirations for Dragon Ball is a story called Star Wars, in which one of the main characters is a female combatant who is a fucking badass. Or how about one of his other inspirations, Alien, a story about a female combatant who is a badass. Or, you know, I can keep going on forever and ever. But, you know, whatever. I don't know. I feel like Videl is a pretty big letdown. I don't think it should have taken until the 2010s to get women who fight in the series who actually are worth a damn. You know what I mean? Especially since other shonen like Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece did that shit in the early 2000s. I think it's embarrassing, honestly. Yeah, I mean, Toriyama didn't really get too close to the sun writing-wise, I don't think so. People say Yamcha got warped. Not that he was... Yeah, but I don't really like... I think the same effect applies to Videl, too. Like, I don't know. Gender is weird, and it's, like, kind of weird to, like, explain this, but it's also, like... To me... I need to think about what I'm saying. I need to compose my thoughts. Yamcha getting beaten is functionally the same as Videl getting beaten. Yamcha getting his leg broken by Ten Shinhan motivates Goku to beat up Ten Shinhan for hurting his friend, for going above and beyond and showing callous cruelty, being unsportsmanlike and showing that he's truly making a mockery of what it means to be a martial artist. I wouldn't call that a Worf effect, I'd call that fridging. Like, is it only fridging when it happens to women? Is that what you're saying? Because if so, then, like, why does this stuff only happen to women? Or is fridging only referring to when people get brutally murdered for the sake of shock value? Which is what I thought it meant, which is how I have been using it my whole life. But does it only apply to women who get brutally murdered? Because if so, then Videl doesn't even count because she didn't even die. She just got her ass kicked. I don't know. I feel like a better example of this is in Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, where Nobara Kugisaki, one of the strongest characters in the verse, gets fucking no-dipped by Haruta, one of the weakest fucking characters. And yes, I get it. She got a concussion and she was a headstrong sorcerer fighting above her belt. I get that. I'm not above her belt, above her weight class. I get that. However, it certainly felt like, you know, especially since Maki gets her fucking brain fried in like episodes later down the line, and Hanami got her fucking face splattered across the fucking subway. The show was saying, haha, silly woman, you can't fight. You know? And I know that's not what Gege intended because of what happens later on in the Culling games, or Maki makes a mockery of the Zenin clan, and later on in the Shinjuku Showdown arc. I understand that. However, that's how it comes across. to me, I wouldn't consider that Nobara got fridged during the Haruta fight. I think she got wharfed. This character that we know is strong got her ass kicked by a bum, so we can acknowledge the bum's strength. See? No. If fridging just means characters getting killed to motivate other characters, that means Krillin gets fridged multiple times. Exactly. I think fridging has to be done. I feel like for something to be fridging, it has to be deliberately brutal, and it has to be done for shock value only. Because that's what happened in the original fridging scene. Kyle Rayner comes home, he opens his fridge, he finds his girlfriend's decimated corpse in there. This doesn't add anything to the story, it's just there to be edgy. That's why it's so bad, and that's why like people called it out as sexist. Because a obscenely brutal act happens to a woman for no reason. Like, for example, would you say that Casca got fridged in the eclipse? You would not, because what happens to Casca and Guts in the eclipse is what the rest of Berserk is about. Now, you might not like how the scene is presented. I don't. I found it really uncomfortable, but I wouldn't call it fridging either. I don't know. I'm being a bit of a pedantic asshole, and I might be losing the plot a little bit, but it's just like, I don't know. Fridging to me has to be obscenely brutal, it has to happen for shock value, and it has to like not progress anything. Yes, Gege loves Andrew Tate. Gege hates women, would destroy the female race if the man became the world leader. I don't think so. Hi, cat consumer. I don't think Gege hates women. I just think Gege... You guys have to remember something. Jujutsu Kaisen was Gege's first real serialized manga. Like, he had one before that called Number 9, which had 2 chapters. Jujutsu Kaisen was Gege's first shot in the industry. If your first shot in the industry became the biggest fucking anime on the planet, it would also expose your weaknesses as a writer as well. And Gege mentions as much in his author's note in like the final volume. He's like, hey, I feel like I've messed up as a writer, and I'm sorry about that. So, no, I don't think Gege's a sexist. I just think he got ahead of himself. I think he was a young, opportunistic writer who just got a little ahead of himself. I don't think he's sexist. Especially because of, you know... Because, like, you look at, like, how all the women in the series are treated. You look how Yuki is treated. You look how Nobara is treated. You look at how Shoko is treated. All these characters who we were told matter a lot and who don't fucking matter. And then you look at Maki, and Maki is like dead ass one of the best written women in shonen ever. Like ever. I mean, yeah, sure, she does eventually get married to Yuta Bumkotsu and have, like, disgusting grandchildren with him, but all characters have flaws. That's what makes them good, you know? I don't know. Gege had one shot and wait. Gege didn't have one shot. What Gege did is actually really good, because here's the thing. One of the reasons why I was so disappointed with Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo being a thing and even existing is because I wanted Gege to move on and write something else, because I feel like he has the stuff. Like, for example, Tatsuki Fujimoto's first work, Fire Punch. A lot of people say it's good. I haven't read it. However, I do know that his second big work, Chainsaw Man, became a fucking phenomenon. Imagine what a writer like Gege could do if he just honed his craft a little bit more. Imagine how many manga classics he could make. I don't know. I was a little disappointed. I wanted to see what he was going to do next. I was like I was eagerly excited for it. I don't know. Maki is a horrible character. Stop writing AI slander videos in my chat. Okay. Anyway, very long the story short. Death needs to mean something. Don't kill if you're gonna kill a woman, have it mean something. Otherwise, you're just doing it for shock value. Please kill characters more often, because if you don't, you know, at least find a way to write them out, man. No one likes, like,
going back to CW Flash, one of the reasons why that show was so insufferable later on is because it had 14 main characters and only 40 minutes of screen time. So they crammed everyone in. And they even had to move characters like Wally to other shows because they couldn't fit him on the actual show. But like, they weren't going to kill any of them, even though some of them arguably should have died a long time ago, like say Joe or Joe's wife. But like, they couldn't just write him out. They couldn't just like have like, I don't know, if cast size management is important, you know what I mean? Otherwise, you end up with bloated series and shit and whatever. Give me a sec. Would Gege have chosen to send Nico home or put the sun in place? I don't know. Knowing him, he'd probably close the game knowing it would kill everyone. Or Dr. Slump, which ends with a teaser for some Chinese parody. Yeah, I remember when I humbled Hikari and Kashimo Glazers on Jujutsu Folk. Good times. Not Hikari Glazers. Kashimo Glazers are like the dumbest fucking people on the planet. Like, legitimately, all feats, all statements, all one manga panel of Kenjaku being like, you're pretty strong. And then, like, examples of him losing every damn fight he's in except against Panda. He's a fucking fraud. You're telling me this is the fucking strongest of the Edo period? Get out of here, dog. Also, for the last time, Kashimo is not a femboy. Stop drawing him like that, you fucking gooner. I don't know, it's weird because, like, back when I was on Reddit, you'd be in, like, Yuri subreddits, and then, like, you'd see, like, a ton of bisexual women, like, simping for femboys. It was, like, the weirdest shit ever, and they'd always, like, post, like, that one fucking image of Kashimo stretching. I'd be like, oh, I want him so bad, and you're just like, dog, you're barking up the wrong tree! Yeah. 0 feats, 0 relevance, 700 farmers killed. Yeah, 7,000 are. But yeah, no. Kashimo is literally a filler character to give another filler character cheap aura. No. I think Kashimo actually did serve a purpose in the story. And his purpose was proving that being the strongest isn't all that. Which is a purpose also shown by Gojo and Sukuna. He actually fits pretty nicely into the themes of being strong makes you incredibly lonely. Because the only one Kashimo could relate to was someone he had never even fucking met. Kashimo's a femboy style. Okay. 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 So like femboy discourse is like inherently toxic. Like inherently. Because like it's full of gooners who don't actually read the fucking manga. And it's like, you know, it's like, I know we're losing the plot. I know we're losing the plot here, but it's just, what about this design is feminine aside from the hair? What about this design is feminine? What, the broad shoulders? This fucking square jawline? Oh, but he has big eyes. He has big eyes and the nose isn't detailed. Have you ever seen any other character in Gege's art style? Here. JJK manga. There we go. Oh, look. Is Gojo a femboy? Is Sukuna a femboy? Like... Is Kenjaku a Actually, Kenjaku is probably the closest one to a femboy here, considering he literally stole a woman's body to have sex with another man. But, you know, like I don't know. And then, like, femboy discourse becomes, like, even more toxic. Because then there'll be, like, characters who are confirmed to be trans by the creators. And then, like, the gooners who can't fucking read will just be like, no, they're a femboy. He has to be a femboy because he makes my dick rock hard. And it's just like, no, dude. You're wrong. Take the L. Whatever. Yeah, see, like, he's not a femboy. Twink, look closely. Everyone in JJK is a twink! I don't know. It's just like, oh my god. Sophia hates femboys because they're eternally at war with trans women. I don't hate femboys. Some of my best friends have been femboys. Actually, come to think of it, a lot of my friends really like femboys. But I'm not against femboys at all. I'm just against this really gross gooner culture that exists around them. Like, as someone who belongs to, like, two groups that are very heavily fetishized by, like, gross straight dudes, I don't know, man. I think it's kind of fucking weird that people, like, immediately see, like, a dude who, like, presents more femininely in anime and stuff, and immediately are like, Giot! Let me try to breathe that boy pussy, you know? Like, it's like, dude, come on, calm down, act like a normal fucking human being for once. Stop. Thoughts on John 1000? Sophia is against men? Yeah, sure. Kenjaku has to be gay. Bro got railed for the plan. I think Kenjaku is a lot like Tengen. So, like, here's the thing. A trait that's, like, lost in translation is that Tengen actually uses, like, every pronoun. And that's, like, very interesting. Like, it's implying that, like, Tengen is so powerful that, like, they use all of that like, they transcend gender. I think Kenjaku is, like, the same way. Like, Kenjaku is the same way. Kenjaku wants to be as strong as Tengen, so Kenjaku also transcends gender, you know what I mean? Keeping it 1000. Honestly, the femboy translation is pretty messed up, though. Right? That's what I'm saying! But no. I don't know. It's like, it's just gross, man. And I know, like, this happens a lot with, like, for example, Hakari's girlfriend, Kirara, is confirmed to be trans, and the ones that referred to her by masculine pronouns were a mistranslation, and everyone knows this. Everyone who has actually read the fucking manga knows this. But because femboys are heavily fetishized, you know, we get this debate. And it's not even different for trans women. Trans women are also really heavily fetishized. So it's pretty much just like a war between, like, trans people and gooners to trans people against, you know, femboy gooners. And those people exclusively. Because, you know, I was around for 2020. I was a teenager in 2020. I still don't understand why there was, like, this huge femboy fixation in 2020 specifically, but, like, it just, like, bred this cancerous culture in all anime spaces where it's like anyone who is, like, even slightly more feminine than usual is immediately sexualized. And then you'll see these same people turn around and be hella transphobic as well. So it's just like, I don't know. Like, no wonder they say Gen Z is the dumbest generation, man. Not only are we illiterate, not only can we not notice, like, fashion senses, not only can we not notice art style trends, we're also fucking stupid, you know? Reconsidering this, deleting the message. Cooler, that's fucking disgusting. You didn't need to share that with the class. Yeah, no, it's just bad. I was actually thinking of, nah, never mind. The second I promise something to you guys, the second it won't happen. I've noticed that. Every time I promise something,
nothing, it doesn't happen. So I'm just gonna keep it to myself, and you know.
Your dad makes music boxes too? My dad makes a lot of things. Where did you get this from, by the way? A trader from the village gave it to me. I see. I remember Father saying he used to trade with some of the people here. He did always love traveling this world despite... Well...
Oh, excuse me.
Sorry, I began rambling. The gears are compatible with the engine.
They... How? 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 They're tiny gears for a... thoughts on boxes, dog. Okay. I like boxes, I just wish they weren't made out of cardboard, dog. Growing up, like, when I was a kid, I had this really hard time touching paper because it was so dry. And I didn't like the sound it made because I was, I was just a weird kid. Obviously, this morphed into me drawing on paper to conquer it, but, whatever. Cardboard is just like that substance that I've always hated touching because it always feels like kind of grimy in some way, even when it's clean. It's always like too soft, but also like hard at the same. I don't fuck with cardboard, but cardboard can be turned and made into boxes, and boxes are pretty cool. They hold stuff, so I don't know. Can't forget to be I'm not Cooler, please reconsider. Cooler, please don't talk about that stuff. That's really gross. Yours are compatible with the engine.
Although it pains me to have to take it apart. Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine. We still need a battery to get this engine running. Please do what you must to find one.
I wish there was like a log. Thoughts on FedEx? In like the 2 years I left YouTube, I really tried to get a FedEx job. They didn't accept it. So, yeah, those are my thoughts on FedEx. Sure, buddy. What do you mean, sure, buddy? It happened. It's real.
We found a battery. Oh, nice. Honestly, I wasn't expecting it. It's from the generator on one of the islands. The research station? Yeah. I was powering all the robots there. Felt bad for taking it. We can always give it back later.
That's not happening. That's not happening. This is a fucking lie. Sophia, have you ever heard of Undertale? No, what is that? It sounds like some... I don't know. Undertale, you mean like that weird gay RPG from 2015? Never heard of it. Sorry. I'm a Christian. I only play, what the fuck do Christians play? Noah's Ark 3D for the 3DO. I don't know. I don't know, dog.
Alright. The flying machine has a chance after all. We just have to assemble the pieces now, but might take a while.
Sophia has heard of Tail Under, though. That sounds like the Australian version, have you heard about the Tail Under?
Might take a while. Do you mind keeping me company?
Christians play Shin Megami Tensei and only ever choose the law routes. Imagine being like a Christian and getting like upset at Persona for like depicting like the incubus or like something. Give me a sec.
Down Undertale. Yep.
How's it going? Slow. The connectors to the battery were not designed for this type of engine, so I had to ship around some of these ports.
No.
Some of these ports.
Wow, I read that right the first time. That never happens, dog. What the fuck is this black magic?
And there's still this bolt that keeps getting stuck and... Don't worry, I am making decent progress and being very indecent about it as I do.
You literally kill the Abrahamic god in Shin Megami Tensei 2. You know what? You know what I never understood? You know, so here in like the West, in America, in Britain, there was this huge moral outrage over Harry Potter because it depicted sorcery and magic. You know? Because those things, historically speaking, were viewed as anti-Christian and anti-God. Okay, that's stupid. Meanwhile, and this is the only time I'll ever defend Harry Potter, by the way. It's a shit story made by a shit person. Then you go over to Japan, and I know that Japan has like a lower Christian population, and Christian culture is probably very different over there. But it's still a sizable amount of people, you know? In Japan, we have characters who turn into demons, demon worshipping, God is always the fucking enemy. Like, one of the most popular shonen villains of all time is named God Brando. I don't know. And this is made by a guy, by the way, who went to a fucking Protestant boarding school, okay? I wish us authors in, like, the West... I wish we had, like, the fucking balls to, like, you know, like, I want a fucking villainous organization named, like, the fucking Apostles, or, like, I want someone to have, like, a demonic ability called Parables. I want someone to, like, to call themselves Yeshua Van Joseph and be the fucking most evil dictator in the world. That's what I want, because, honestly... having God always be the good guy is kind of lame, you know? What happened to Deltarune? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, what happened to Deltarune? I beat the game months ago. Unfortunately, I'm not a Westerner. You're from Europe. Dio is named after James Renard's... Yes, and he's also named after God. Stealing some of these ideas from my book, yeah. I remember this theory that killing gods in Japanese stuff is because the emperor forced to admit that the claims of the divine nature was lost World War II. That sounds like an overly wordy explanation. I think that because like American authors have their good guys fight god characters too. Like, all Thor does is fight other gods. Superman's biggest op isn't only Lex Luthor, it's the god of evil, you know? We are comfortable portraying like gods as enemies, just never the Christian god. It always has to be Zeus or Ra, or like in Scorpion's, in like the fucking Mummy 2 case, it has to be Anubis. It always has to be foreign gods. Those are the enemies. And that's always like weird to me, considering that like most of like the West is very secular now. You know, like I remember my mom is getting into more anime. We started watching Black Clover with her. This was not my decision. Don't blame me for this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mom, if you're watching this. But when she saw Asta get the powers of the demon, she was like, "Oh, Asta's the villain," and we're like, "No, because that's just not how it works in Japan." And I mean, it gave me this interesting perspective because I've you know, despite being like raised religious, I've always viewed it as like sort of a cool thing. Like, this is mythology I could use to inspire me. Like, I was writing this comic for the longest time where one of the bad guys was a Nephilim. And if you don't know what a Nephilim is, it's an angel that, it's the product of an angel that has sex with a human woman. They're giants and they're like evil, basically. And it was just like, I'd always wondered why people never did it before. And then like I grew up and I'm like, oh, it's because Christians are fucking stupid over here. I don't know. Bro lives in O. Can you refrain from sharing stuff from my... I'm gonna refrain from sharing stuff from my comment, not to give you spoilers, so when I hit it big, okay. We need more Western media that depicts the Abrahamic God negatively. We do. And it's not just because I hate God or something, or I hate Christianity. It's because I think it's more interesting that way. Lots of people like to point out that Zeus is kind of a dickhead, that he sleeps around with women, he's unattentive to his people, and he's constantly feuding with his brothers. However, a lot of those aspects are reflected in like Abrahamic God. He's a war, you know, if you ever read like the Bible from like the perspective of like the non-Israelites, it comes off as like they're chanting to some eldritch being, not this like holy force of light. No, that guy wants you fucking dead. I don't know. I always remember hearing about Exodus and how fucking deranged it is. Like, God could easily kill all these people, but no, he's going to make them suffer painfully until he finally kills their firstborns. Not them, he kills their children. That's fucked up. I'm sorry, it is. Every religious character is the epitome of pure evil. No, but that's like the thing. We have like evil priests. We have evil priests because like everyone understands that a corrupt priest is bad, but it's always the priest is bad, but God isn't. You know what I mean? Like a good example of this is Claude Frollo from Hunchback of Notre Dame. If you've only seen the Disney movie, I implore you to try to read the book until you stop halfway through from cringing. Claude Frollo is so much worse in the book. And it's partially because he uses his power as like a religious figure to sleep with women. It's really gross stuff. He's way, I don't know. The book doesn't have a single redeemable character, and I think that's the point. Even Esmeralda is basically just like kind of an asshole. I mean, it's understandable that she's an asshole in the book, but you know, still. It's just, I don't know. It's... I just want to see, like, stuff like that. Like, I don't know. I think it's very interesting how we're able to deconstruct various aspects of our culture, you know? And here's, like, one of the things. I think Steel Ball Run is going to be a legitimate hard watch for a lot of Americans. Not only because it depicts the U.S. government as awful, which media doesn't do for obvious reasons. Not only does it depict the U.S. government as awful, you know, lying to Sandman that it's going to give him his land back, full of religious people with this cult of personality around the president, having the president be a pedophile, which is very fitting and topical, I guess. But it also, like, it depicts Jesus basically as a damsel in distress for most of Part 7. Jesus doesn't really have any character agency in Part 7. He's the fucking MacGuffin. Characters outright want to desecrate his corpse to get stronger. And I don't know. I don't know how Americans are going to take that because, like, here, like, you just don't do that. So, I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird. But it's going to be peak to see a lot of people not understand Iraqi's intention with it. Anyway. If I ever had the ability to... and the drive to write a story, something I really wanted to depict as Yahweh and Jesus as the antagonists, and they're both each other's enemies too. I think a really fun version of a Messiah story is to have them be like not really perfect or evil per se, but human. That's something that Oneshot does, but Nico is very innocent. I mean, like, someone who makes very human mistakes, very human errors, and is driven by human pettiness. If I wanted to make a messiah figure, the villain, that's how I'd go about it. You're left questioning how much of them is really God and how much of them is really man, you know? I wish I could, but I don't know how to write and I'm lazy. Hey, if you want to learn how to write, here is the best thing you can do. Here is the best thing you can do for yourself if you want to become a writer. Go to school. That's the best advice I got for you. Go to school, learn different writing techniques, read some books you like, and then, you know, I don't know, join like the writing club or something. I don't know. Become friends with fellow writers and then shoot the shit with each other and come up with ideas. Bounce ideas off each other. That's what you want to do, that and you'll become a good writer. Don't sit back watching YouTube writing advice videos. Don't do that. Reddit atheism is peaked. No. Stream turned into Reddit atheism. No, not really Reddit atheism. I don't... It's weird because it's like the ideas I'm depicting aren't really Reddit atheist. Reddit atheism is literally just you're an idiot for believing God exists. No, I want a story where God exists and that's a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like, to God, we're nothing but like a science experiment gone on too long. You know what I mean? Or maybe God is so incomprehensible and unknowable that, like, his very actions seem mysterious and cruel to us. When really, they might, like, I don't know. I feel like this is gonna sound weird, but, like, you know Ozymandias from Watchmen? He does this, like, he drops a squid over several cities, and he claims that they were aliens, and this stops World War III. And it's a very stupid plan, and it works. It's needlessly cruel, it endangers lives, but it works. And because of that, everyone is faced with the option to either do the right thing and tell people that they've been duped, or just let Ozymandias win. I kind of want it to go that route. I want God's actions to be cruel and mysterious and bad, but like ultimately have like a good goal that was unforeseen. Like, for some reason, I don't know. Like, say there's like a plague in this country and it kills everyone, and then this dictator rises to power and says that like this ethnic minority contracted the plague, and then like genocides start happening, and this is a terrible, terrible thing. Everyone's wondering, why, God? Why'd you give us the plague? Only then for like someone to come in, kill the dictator, and unify the land and have like 100 years of peace. Like that. Like something like that. Anyway, thoughts on Mars? Mars is like the most overrated planet. I think a lot of people, I don't know. To me, it's always been, I think people who genuinely want a space empire, who want to explore the stars like they're Captain Kirk or Picard, are LARPers and want to dick ride Elon Musk. That's what I think. I think they should live in the here and now, not what could be. You know? And I'm not saying you shouldn't imagine or be creative. I'm saying that, like, Mars is unsustainable for, like, life. It's full of carbon dioxide. All of its water is frozen. And if you were to be born on Mars, your fucking spine would fracture as soon as you entered the Earth's atmosphere. Thoughts on my favorite planet, Pluto. I'm not saying Mars is impossible. I'm just saying it's like, I don't know, probably not for another 200 years. Honestly, despite my hatred of Christianity, the characterization I have for Yahweh and Jesus in my mind is rather nuanced. Yeah. Because you're forced to think about these concepts as characters and not as end-all be-alls, not as laws. And when you think of someone as a character, you think of them as a person, and people are very nuanced. Thoughts on your favorite planet, Pluto? Pluto's cool. Anyway, that's enough depression, I guess.
Don't worry, I am making decent progress. We should be able to make it to the city by tonight. If you say so. What will happen once we get there?
Oh god, I'm gonna cry again.
We will need to bring Proto back first. Then we will need to find one more person. You may have already met her, actually.
I just like teeth are disgusting, you know. Like when teeth pop out of orifices, that shit kind of creeps me out. But then it's also like, man, I kind of wish I had that many teeth, you know. You get me. You guys are very smart. I would deliberately contract cancer so I could get more tumors that would grow teeth and eyeballs, yes. Which, by the way, is kind of like one of the most fucked up parts about getting a tumor, by the way. Because they grow hair, they grow teeth, and they grow eyeballs. You're deadass growing a fucking cursed spirit on your body. No one knows why they do this, by the way. Cancer is a fucking genetic anomaly. Your cells just decide to fucking restart. That's fucking terrifying, Doc. Thoughts on shark teeth? I kind of wish humans had shark teeth. Even though that would make our skulls look fucking terrifying, it would mean I would have an unlimited supply of chompers, and I'm a fan of that. Anyway,
You may have actually met her, actually. Fuck. Remember her from the last time you were in this world? Does she look like... She's going to sound strange, but she's a fox.
Oh, okay, so that random ass fox who told us that the world was fake. I see. Oh, it's all connected. It's all fucking connected. This game's a masterpiece. No, but seriously, as I was saying in the beginning of the stream, if you've ever seen like a human child's skull, it's terrifying because there's like all this teeth and shit where there shouldn't be teeth because those are the adult teeth that are waiting to like pop into like where the gums are. It's just like, ugh. But then you're also like, God damn it, I wish I had that many teeth. You know? You know what I mean. I don't gotta explain myself to you guys. You know what I mean, you know? By the way, I keep seeing people... I'm actually gonna save this anecdote for later.
She is a fox. Oh, I do remember talking to a fox at some point. You met Rue? The memories are still really blurry, though. I see. It's like Sophia hasn't played this game in a fucking week or something. What a bitch! Huh. It's just hard, you know? Proto told me to think of this world like a dream. But then I get so caught up with, and then I just kinda forget. Forget that everything here is supposed to be not real. Then I remember, and I just get really sad.
Ah! Stop pulling my heartstrings. Stop it. Give the child a hug. Yes, no. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I see those people too. That's called living in California. What are you talking about?
Then I just get really sad. No, this is for me to go home, but knowing that none of it mattered in the first place, am I just trapped here for no reason?
Thoughts on blue people? Now, this is gonna sound like a really funny tangent. Maybe not funny, but I remember watching this video back in high school. Like it was like a presentation in class or something, and it was like we were learning about like the importance of having a good gene pool in the environment, otherwise you can lead to birth defects. And so our teacher, God bless her soul, decided to show us a documentary on the most inbred family in America. They were so inbred that their fucking skin turned blue. How does that even fucking happen? They're actually fucking blue, dog. They're actually blue. They're actually fucking blue. Blue people are bad. Good mental brother, get rid of. Or are they teaching you about not eugenics, but like just genetics in general? And it's just like, oh Jesus. How do you get like imagine it. Like your sister, who's also your wife, pops out a blue baby, and at no point do you think, hey, maybe we should stop with all the inbreeding. No, you think, nah, dog. Blue is the new. I don't know what blue is. I don't know. Blue is glue. Let's keep going at it. And then like eventually you just have this fucking family full of blue people, and everyone knows. Everyone fucking knows. What the fuck? I can't, man. How do you get that fucked up? Dog. You know you don't have to do incest, right? You can stop. I don't know. Why don't you tell someone that in the Yuri fandom, and they'll respond to you like you're a fucking bigot. Whatever. This is foreshadowing to Trump and Epstein taking over America with far-right forces. A QAnon Mossad force. What the fuck are you talking about?
Am I just trapped here for no reason? Am I a shapeshifter? What else could I be? Ah. Proto told me not to ask anyone in the world about this, saying how they don't understand. But what about him? Did he know?
Cooler's off his meds again, chat. We need to encourage Cooler to get back on his meds. Cooler. I'm just saying that's a sad truth called living in California. What do you Europeans think America is like? Because that's not what it's like. You fucking stupid Europeans. You know, you Europeans are good for two fucking things. You're good at making buildings. I will admit, you do have that shit on. You're good at making buildings, and you're good at killing other white people for the smallest racial infraction. Those are the two good things Europeans are good at. You're good at being racist, and you're good at making buildings. That's the only thing you Europeans are good at. I swear to God. Florence, like Florence, Spain. Is Florence in Spain or Italy? I don't remember. Let me look it up. Florence, Spain. Yeah, it is in Spain. Oh, wow. I really love Spanish architecture. This is like, this has become like a very quick obsession of mine. I went to I went to Spain once when I was 15 years old. And I didn't really appreciate it all that much then, because, like, it was, you know, I was 15 and edgy, but, like, God, dude, look at all the... I really like Spanish architecture. Oh, it is Italy. Oops. Italy, Spain, what's the difference? You can hardly tell. No, it is Italy. I didn't read. I'm calling myself out. Maybe I'm the stupidest Gen Zer, because I can't read. Yeah. I know. Make fun of me. Make fun of me. Burger people will ruin your country and say that you're the bad guy. Yeah. Happens all the time. You want to know what you want to know what it's called? It's called an election. Okay? Okay. Something you Europeans invented and then decided to forget. Okay? I don't know. I'm in a racism competition and my opponent is a fucking Englishman.
How did he know? How do you know? Are you guys all supposed to be Aren't you guys all supposed to be code? Well, I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to believe anymore.
I'm not a European, man. Sucks to suck. Yeah, I'm a fucking moron. It's fine. It's not like this fucking VOD will be on the internet forever. Yep.
I wish Rue was here. She's so much better at explaining this sort of thing. I'm doing a terrible job of it. I bet Proto was even less tactful, wasn't he? I'm afraid I must risk sounding callous, but please do not concern yourself with how real everything is for now.
Thoughts on fireworks? Oh, they're cool.
The plan is already in motion. We cannot allow for distractions. Father is putting this world into one last run of the world. Putting everything into one last run of this world. This last chance for him to fix everything. Your father is involved with the world machine? You could...
Oh, his father is the world machine. I see. I understand. I understand. I'm playing a man, not a game. I'm playing a man. Fuck, YouTube keeps deleting my messages. I was about to say how much I wanted the United States to be. This just an Eastern European doesn't like America. Whatever. Whatever. Go eat some of your fucking go eat some of your babushka's goulash, okay? Okay? How about that? Comprende? And while and while you're doing crocodile in the streets, leaning up against some some 1960s architecture that got Khrushchev's dick hard, you can remember that you'll never, ever, ever know what it's like to be an American. You filthy racist. You burger people have no culture. We actually have a lot of culture. But, you know, it's hard for Europeans to understand that because they're too busy killing each other and being racist to each other. See, Europeans like to believe that Americans don't have any culture because we are a multiculturalist nation. And what that means is that we take cultures from everywhere and we mesh them into one. Two varying results. Is this a good thing? Some may be inclined to disagree, but Europeans divide yourselves over the smallest little inconsistencies, and then you keep killing each other for them. And that's really funny to me. That's really funny to me. That you guys are willing to die for something as meaningless as fucking goulash recipes. Donald Trump got rid of all of your rights. Good, you are an American. Yeah, you're right. Donald Trump did get rid of all my rights because he's a fucking Russian plant. Because his best friend is a goddamn commie Russian bastard who's one of you disgusting Europeans, okay? Huh? You want to throw shots at me? I'm from Poland. Oh, you got the worst then, don't you? You're in between two big daddies, aren't you? You're in between Russia and Germany, both of which want your ass constantly. Hey, you're from Poland. You know a thing or two about being conquered, huh? You do? Get out of here. Why don't America exist because of Europe, Rotato? Oh yeah, I know. But then you see, in 1776, we decided something. We decided that Europeans were a fucking scourge on humanity, and we decided to liberate ourselves from their awfulness. Okay. I'm probably coming off as some like American nationalist now. Fuck America, but still, it's really fun to piss off Europeans because they act like they're better than Americans when really they're not. They have the same issues. We have the same issues and shit. But you guys always act like you're better. Your imperialist America destroyed every country. Huh, that's funny. It's funny coming from a Pole, isn't it? Considering that, what was it? What Polish dynasty was it that tried to conquer all of Europe, huh? Huh? You're gonna blame me for being imperialist? When your fucking ancestors went to war with each other over the smallest little infractions? Get out of here, buddy. Get out of here. Your country's at the fault of everything evil in the world? I'm sorry, I'm not British. Conquering countries sounds pretty fun. I can't blame America for doing it. I'm a fucking comedian. We're America, but less racist. Hey, Piano Man, guess what? I'm gonna say a word, and depending on how you react, I'm gonna gauge how racist you are. First Nation people, okay? Okay. If your veins are pulsating, if you're frothing at the mouth, you're an average Canadian. Congratulations. You're a racist. It's fine. We can coexist. We can. You just have to pretend to be nice like you've been doing for, I don't know, I'd say 100 years. And all we have to do is not make fun of you. See, we can coexist. See, peace is not that hard. This is fun to watch. Sophia so-called three finger when a comment says like the stream. No, you don't have to like the stream. Dislike the stream. I don't give a fuck. You know what? As a trans woman, I have zero rights in America. It's true. It's damn true. However, I know for a fact that if I lived anywhere else in the world, I'd have even less rights. It's true. It's goddamn true. You know what? as a lesbian, I have zero rights in America. It's true. It's true. It's true. However, in your so-called better countries, I can't even get married. It's so true. It's true. It's true. It's true. Because you like to make fun of other countries for being regressive and bad and racist when you can't even fix the problems in your own damn country. You just like to look across the pond to someone who has it better than you and say, oh, they're not all that. They have problems. And I'm not defending America here. America has a lot of problems, like a fucking ICE, like fucking Donald Trump, like fucking Epstein, like all those shit. Like get that shit out of here. I don't want it. But you're gonna pretend that you're better than me because I don't know what, dude? Because Joseph Stalin decided to fuck up your economy and send all your fucking ancestors and grandparents to the fucking gulag? What? Nah, go fuck yourself. You fucking fat ass. I can't respond because YouTube keeps responding my messages. Oh, I'm the fat ass, huh? Whatever. Sorry about... That was years ago. I meant slightly less racist. Especially here in Alberta. Oh, you're in Alberta. Okay. You're the biggest argument for voting to Trump. Oh, voting to Trump. See, that's the thing about Europeans. They don't understand what democracy is. They think you vote to someone, not for them. You see, you have more trans rights in Sweden? Nah, no, you don't. No, you don't. Because you forget. The Swedish aren't exactly fans of non-white people, and my family aren't white. Europe isn't less progressive than America. They're just objectively wrong. We don't have an Epstein lover leader. Oh, wait. You don't? You don't have an Epstein lover leader? But that's funny. That's really funny. That's really funny, considering that most fucking dictators and bad people come from Europe. Okay, I'm gonna list some names. Francis Franco, Tito, Benito Mussolini, Mustache Man, Joseph Stalin, Winston Churchill. I can keep going. Oh. But no one I know from America actually likes Trump. Exactly. Stream fell off. I have the most viewers I've ever had this stream. Like, I don't know. I think Europeans assume that all Americans are like, yeah, freedom, I love my country, I love my president. Now, dude, fuck off. You know, I'm gonna say something. Cooler, you and I agree we have not had a single good American president. We haven't. It's true. All American presidents, save for maybe Lincoln, were terrible people. It's true. But that doesn't immediately make your country better than mine, because it doesn't change the fact that your country is, let's just be honest here, a shithole. I'm just being honest. I agree, this woman destroys everything. He was objectively better than every single U.S. leader. Okay, cooler.
You could say that.
All Americans are evil. All Americans are evil? Yeah, okay, you pull. Yeah, okay. Hey, when's the last time your GDP was higher than California's, huh? Huh? I can't hear you. Oh, that's right. 1836. Bye, I guess. Okay, bye, Zachary.
The acceleration of the square particle anomalies was not accounted for at all, though. Patch was only built to accommodate the normal rate they appear, but they're accumulating at a frightening speed now. Frodo even lost his body. Thankfully, he gave you the disc just in time. So what happened to him anyway?
I'm sorry for this behavior from Miss Streamer. Dude, it's fine. You can't be canceled for being... See, that's the funny thing about Europeans. So, different cultures have different conceptions about race, okay? To me, I'm not being racist by making fun of other white people, you know? Well, I mean, I'm half, okay. I'm half German. But I'm not being racist here, you know? But to a European, they're like, oh, you're so racist, you American. How could you not like other cultures? When like, no, I don't hate you because you're Polish or because you're white. I hate you because of your culture. That's xenophobia. That's not racism. But you guys wouldn't know the difference because you're too busy lumping in all Middle Eastern people as one fucking thing and saying it's ruining your fucking continent. Oh, whatever. Sophia, America's ranking countrywide money horrible except money and military. You're racist for making fun of other white people. See, that statement is very funny to an American, you know? You want to know why I'm not making fun of other Latin Americans? Because they're better than Europeans. When the rage bait is too effective.
So what's happening to him anyway? What happens to anyone who gets caught in the squares? I only know it's bad.
Well, you know how the simulation works, right?
How everything is code?
Specifically, everything is generated from a pre-existing code. Squares can cause damage to that code. Most of the time, irreversible damage.
Sophia is no, you have no real belief. You are depressed since you believe nothing happens, but I don't pity you. That is the most birdly fucking statement of all time. Fear not. I know you believe nothing, but that makes you depressed. But I will be your friend. Like come on, man. Like, bro. They're white because Europeans colonized them to be... Yeah, I know. I understand that. And... Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. I am not going to defend the fact that America was built on stolen land. I'm not going to defend that. In fact, the fucking state I live in wasn't only just conquered by America, it was conquered by Spain, it was conquered by Mexico, and then it was conquered by America. That's fucked up, man. The fucking people who own this land deserve it. I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm gonna keep it 100. They deserve it. The fact that the government treats them like shit is terrible. It is. I'm not even making a bit here. It's terrible. They deserve this land just like anyone else does, you know? Generally, bro, I'm saying you're wrong. I'm saying that you're wrong. Cooler, I'm not saying that you're right. I'm saying that they're literally from the same people. Okay. Shut up, genuinely? Okay, whatever. Look, I'm sorry. Look, okay, cooler. I understand it. My ancestors, my German ancestors, went to war with you Poles, and they kicked your ass, and I'm sorry for that. I'm so sorry for that. Just know that my family moved out before the 1920s, so no, you can't call me, that word I know you want to call me. Sorry. That's not how it works. If I see a shithole right here again, I'm calling up the most second dangerous person beside me.
Most of the time, irreversible damage.
I mean, okay, my family's from, like, the French side of Germany. Which is going to piss off a lot of Germans and French people, because they're going to be like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean the French part of Germany? And no. There's a French part of Germany. There's 3 parts of Germany. There's the French part, there's the Eastern European part, and then there's the Austrian part. Those are the 3 parts of Germany. Usually the Eastern European part and the Austrian part agree on a lot of things because they're both really racist. And then the French part doesn't, because the French part is full of, like, whiny liberals. Okay, there you go. See, there are 2 kinds of Europeans, well, 3 kinds. One is the violent revolutionary who is going to overthrow his own government to kill a lot of people. That is the first type. The second type is the whiny liberal, the person who wants to be a revolutionary but doesn't have enough clout, so they just complain about everything all the time. They're never happy. They smoke tons of cigarettes, they eat baguettes, and they drink 7 beers a night. And then there's a third type of European. This is the most common variety, the racist. These are the 3 genres of Europeans. In fact, some Europeans, like British people, are so racist they don't even consider themselves Europeans anymore. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Fuck, everyone left because of you. Apologize, Sophia. What do you want about the second most dangerous? Sophia is a whiny liberal. No. See, there's actually 5 kinds of Americans. Okay, I'll stop. I'm sorry, Europe, for making fun of you. I'm sorry that your economy was so bad that my great-great-great-grandfather decided to leave for America. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm never gonna get over making fun of Europe. Alright. I don't really want to leave, but just quit the stream in the background while I do stuff. Okay.
Father had some friends in previous iterations of the simulation. It took him forever to develop the current, much more stable version.
Making it sound like your dad built the simulation himself. Wait, did he?
Yeah.
But how? If everyone in this world is code, how can he build himself?
That's, not really what happened.
So what did happen?
Like I said, you shouldn't concern yourself with, alright.
I saw some fan animations where they give, like, Nico, like, the cutest voice ever. And it's just like, just, like, tugs your soul down, you know?
Alright. Did Prototype tell you about the old world?
He did say something about it being built to greet the Messiah of the old world. Was too caught up in the other stuff to think about it.
You know of it at least. Alright, here we go. My father himself, the other 2, none of us are a part of the simulation itself. Our homeworld, the real world.
Okay. This is so much meta.
The real world was actually destroyed a long time ago. Years leading up to the calamity, scientists from all over the world tried to stop it, but the outlook was too bleak. A vague prophecy about a messiah from another world became everyone's last bastion of hope. Prototype was built to predict the future. About the specifics of this messiah. But as his predictions turned out, the Messiah would not have been able to arrive to our world in time. In fact, the Messiah would not have even been born before our world ended. It's hardened most people abandon their research and resolve to live out peacefully in their final years. But some people did the opposite. Even though saving the world was impossible, they didn't want our existence to be in vain.
Spoilers, you save everyone in the end. Fuck you. Wait, did I actually piss you off? If so, I'm sorry. It's just doing basic rage bait. I'm sorry. I was just doing basic rage bait. I'm sorry for pissing you off. See, Europeans are so easy to piss off. All you have to do is attack their nationality and identity, and they become belligerent, whiny messes ready to kill you at the latest second. I don't know. So, hi, Sophia. Glad you're back. Oh, well, thanks.
When my father came in, the last of his resources, he built his most ambitious project yet, the World Machine. A large detailed facsimile of the old world generated from a pool of memories collected from everyone he knew.
Yes, you did. I didn't. Yes, you did. I genuinely cannot stand this basic white people who destroyed the world. Okay, well, the rage baiter becomes a rage baited, okay? So, I don't know what to say there, Cooler. I'm sorry I made you upset, but also, like, chillax. It's just a joke. Chillax, you know? Like, come on, there are some funny jokes in my head that I won't say because it'll piss you off. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
A large detailed facsimile of the old world, generated from a pool of memories from everyone he knew.
Okay, let's go back to Adi Shankar. See, this is what I mean. Europeans are so easy to attack non-Europeans because they want something. Nah, sure. Go back to ranting about Adi Shankar. I'm out. The stream sucks. Okay, bye. Sorry. Alright. Anyway.
After a heavy amount of modification and a narrative, my father was able to convert the entirety of our structure into code.
An added narrative. Oh, okay, so he sword art online you. Okay, got it.
How did that code escape the old world?
I have no idea. But what I do know is there is no equipment back home powerful enough to run the code independently. So aside from the standard hardware, it also needed to borrow mental processing abilities of a living person. Father used himself for that during the initial testing phases. Like I said, it took many iterations of him to make the experience stable enough. But as you can see, it's breaking down. Ah. Father caught on to the issue at last minute, but did not have enough time to fix it. The world ended, the code just kinda ended up floating into the void indefinitely, waiting for another operator to install it onto their own hardware. Sophia? Yeah. The operator, Sophia, would then generate the universe using the code, becoming God in the process. So, Sophia was the living person you needed to borrow? No. That would be you. But why me? I should have asked this question a long time ago, shouldn't I? I do not know. We really need to keep going. It is fixed. We can leave in the next 5 minutes if you are ready. Alright. I understand if you are upset, but please try to understand. My father is going to help all of us. And that includes you too, Nico. The fact that you can't go home, I'm sure it upsets him greatly. It's... the world meant a lot to him, you know? So how does flying work? Like, don't these machines already exist in your world? You should already know what to expect. Not really. I've only heard about them. Usually a lot bigger than this one anyway. Ah. Well, a word of precaution. Before we take to the air, try not to panic. It takes a few minutes to get used to, but it's not bad when you're in the air. I'll try. Oh, I should probably tell Calamus and Alula where I'm going. You mean those two running over here now? Nico!
The Sonic voice always catches me off guard. Okay.
Bad news! The bud is gone. What?
Dude, are we gonna kill off these kids? Okay.
It's the squares! They look like they're headed in this direction. That's fast. Calamus, right?
Cooler's gone, and this isn't entertaining without the rage bait. I can rage bait you guys. Come on, where are you guys from? Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Tell me where you're from.
Yeah. How bad is it? Doesn't seem to be an immediate danger. Then it is of priority that I take you to the city first, Nico. Well, what about them? I can make a detour later I can make a detour later and drop you guys off in the city too if you want. City is better equipped to handle these squares. You'll be safer there. You're taking us to the city? If you wish. Oh yeah!
The Sonic voice. Dog. God damn it, now I have to carry chat. Just tell me where you're from so I can insult you right now. Tell me where you're from. Tell me where you're... I don't know. I don't know. I think YouTube genuinely is the worst job in the world. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine.
Oh yeah! Alright. I'll be back here in an hour, so please wait for me until then.
You guys sure you're gonna be fine here?
Mm-hmm. Gears are moving pretty slow for now.
All right then. I guess we'll run into each other again soon.
I can't wait for them to have to escape the city like Sonic Adventure 2. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow. What did he mean by follow his rainbow? I know the 2000s were like a very different time culturally, but like, I believe in the 2000s the rainbow was still used to represent gay people, right? I'm not the biggest gay historian out there. I'm an idiot with a YouTube channel. But I'm like reasonably sure like they knew the implication, right? I don't know. Well, Sonic's a bi king and we all love him for it. City escape at Sonic gets a crippling migraine every 10 seconds. You ever think Sonic runs so fast that like his brain gets turned to slush and like blood just erupts from his fucking orifices? Nico escaping the police after jumping from a helicopter.
I'm ready to go.
I've never actually played SA2. I should probably... You know, I don't know. YouTube lingo has made it impossible to talk about anything. You know, like SA, like as like an abbreviation for Sonic Adventure makes like a lot of sense because Sonic Adventure is a little bit of a mouthful, but it also like has been used to abbreviate something else. So it's like, I don't know, SA2 as if SA1 wasn't bad enough. You know what I mean? Anyway, yeah.
All right.
Oh, look at the art! How is he constantly not throwing up after running through loops at 120 miles per hour? Seeing people abbreviate cyberpunk, which is not the best idea. Yeah. No, it's always funny because people in the comments are like, Hank, don't abbreviate cyberpunk! Hank! I love all this art. Oh my god. I'm gonna get you home this time, Nico. I don't think you should try to fly planes into cities. I learned that from experience. I don't think, I don't know. No food, no movies. I'm out here. Nico, wait, no! I don't think it's the best idea to fly airplanes into places, into cities. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea, chat. Oh boy, is it September already? Oh jeez.
Phew. Made it. You okay there? That was the coolest thing I've ever done in my entire life.
You might have hit some time. Please, Bush, I need this. My tower's kind of homeless. I live in a place. Bush, why are you trying not to laugh? That's disrespectful as shit, bro. Why are you trying not to laugh? The fact that he knew it was gonna happen beforehand always gets me. Like, bro, what the fuck?
Restrictions from first timers are always delightful to watch. Ah.
Everyone born past 2006 resisting the urge to make a Twin Towers joke. Hey, I was born in 2004, okay? It's weird, because it's like, growing up, it was nothing but 9/11 jokes constantly. Or, I'm sorry, 1109 jokes. Sorry. 1109 jokes. Like literally everywhere. And, like, everyone, all the adults would always get really mad at us, and this was like 10 years after it happened. Well, more than 10 years, like 15 years after it happened. And everyone would be like, it was a horrible tragedy, people lost their lives, you know, but we'd still keep making the jokes. And then it's been 25 years since 1109, you know? I think enough time has passed. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Like, I feel like when it comes to making jokes about mass tragedies, like, there's like, you know, you have to like wait a while before it becomes like okay or acceptable, you know, to do. It's been 25 years. I think you could do it. Excuse me, chat. Anyway, 04 is like ancient times for me, jeez. You know the funny, like those memes, like the, when were you born? 19, and that's like the Jurassic Park theme. Soon enough, that's gonna be people born in the 2000s, like me, and it's gonna be like, oh, jeez. I don't know how I'm gonna feel when I'm like 40 and I'm gonna have to be taking orders from like this 20-year-old hotshot in like an office after this YouTube thing doesn't work out, because obviously it's not gonna work out, and I'm gonna like, this 20-year-old hotshot's gonna be like, shouldn't you know better? And I know for a fact this fucking kid was born in quarantine. I know for a fact this kid doesn't even know what a fucking PS Vita is. I know for a fact this kid doesn't even understand the lore of Alpha and Omega. I know for a fact that this kid has never seen My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. I know for a fact this kid missed out on Ben 10. I know for a fact that this fucking kid doesn't know what iCarly is. And I'm just gonna have to look him dead in the fucking eyes and be like, sure, boss. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be so epic. I'm gonna become like a resentful 40-year-old, and then I'm gonna become like an alcoholic. Do you support my alcoholic art, chat?
Hey, Sophia? That was really fun. You should talk about being an alcoholic again more. Did you have fun too? Yes, you weren't on the plane with me, but you got to watch at least, right?
Oh, trust me, Nico. I like to do more than watch. Okay, that's fucking deranged. People are already being born after quarantine. Yeah, dude, quarantine ended 4 years ago. Let me reiterate that. Quarantine ended 4 years ago. 2020 was 6 years ago. 2020 was 6 fucking years ago. I was in class with like this girl, and I was like, and we brought up like this murder case that happened in like 2008 for like a bit of class. It wasn't really important, And I said like, well, yeah, 2008 was almost 20 years ago. And she was like, no, it wasn't. Stop it. It's just like, it's hard for people to accept.
And Cedric...
Oh, that's what this fucking guy's name is.
And Cedric? Yes.
10 years from now, I'm going to hear teens talking about it as if they were there. POV. It's fucking... What would 15 years be? Let me do the math real quick. I'm not good at math. Yeah, it's fucking 2040. It's 2041. You're getting groceries for your wife, kids, and or dog. And then you hear like these bunch of like street punks wearing like the nearest gear in like their heavily polluted city. We're gonna live in Neo Tokyo in like the 2040s. That's just what it's gonna be. We're gonna live through the plot of Akira, basically. And they're gonna be like, don't fuck with me, man. I've seen the quarantine. And you're just gonna be like, God damn it, man. God damn it, man. No, you fucking didn't see the quarantine. You know what? I feel like there should be fucking documentaries on how much of a shit show the fucking COVID pandemic was. And there will be. But like, deliberately, like, how many lives that shit ruined. Not even of the people who died, but like the people who experienced mass isolation. Like, I don't know if you've noticed this, but society has never really recovered from the pandemic. It just hasn't. It just fucking hasn't. And like the economy has barely recovered too, but it's just like I don't know. It's just like the fact that like you have like one of the biggest world leaders at the time telling you to inject bleach rather than, you know, fucking social distancing and shit. It was like fucking crazy. It was fucking crazy, and no one talks about it because the guy right after him was such a fucking incompetent moron, he couldn't fucking persecute that shit. American politics pissed me off. Anyway.
Yeah? Thanks. What for? Flying. Oh, you're welcome?
That was awkward.
And for answering my questions back there, too. And for telling me about the world machine. Telling me about the world machine. I'm just really sorry about your old world, though.
Give me a sec.
Anyway. Just sorry that happened to your old world, though. Fuck. I'm just really sorry about what happened to your old world, though.
Yeah.
So I'll help you as best as I can. And it's all just a machine. This world is still nice. I mean, I got to fly. I got to see the ocean. And I got to meet a lot of nice people. People like you. Prototype, even if he's broken right now.
Educate me, please. I sound dumb. Educate you about what? What do you want to be educated on? You know, I'm gonna be fucking honest. I think millennials and Gen Xers fucking complain too much. Because right now, a fucking office job sounds fucking awesome. What do you mean I get job security, steady income, fun coworkers, and a fucking dedicated room to drink coffee in. What the fuck do you mean? And the only requirement is that I have to not be an asshole and I have to wear uncomfortable clothing? Are you fucking kidding me? That sounds awesome. Oh, whatever. Whatever, man.
So glad you're taking it well, Nico. You haven't met as well.
Because, like, I don't know, Gen Xers and Millennials, they'll constantly tell you about how shitty things were when they grew up. And then they, like, proceed to, like, ruin the fucking world. They're just baby boomers, too, honestly. Every generation sucks, honestly. I feel like we should just end the human race, honestly.
Despite the circumstances. Speaking of Proto, I should probably head off now. I need to go pick up the siblings, too.
That's true. Those two have been waiting for a while now.
In the meantime, do you remember how to get to the surface?
I remember having to fix the elevator button.
Right, you should attend to that then.
Glad you're taking this well. I'm pretty sure Nico's just too depressed to care anymore. Yeah, pretty much. I don't think Nico is too depressed to care anymore. I think Nico is just trying their best to carry on. Something about Nico that I really appreciate isn't just that their name means smile, which is, you know, very fitting and also adorable. It's that they not only are the bearer of light, not only is that their burden, but they are a bright light to this world that is fucking dying. Nico is able to learn that the world is fucking dying and still remains Nico. Nico doesn't feel some While Nico is going through this existential crisis, they aren't like feeling this overwhelming existential dread because they still feel this need to help everyone. I don't know. Basically, Nico's on that Superman diet.
Let's meet up here in an hour, okay?
Got it.
Alright, now let me just...
What? Nico radiating massive fuck it with ball energy right now. I would not be like Nico, I am not saving these people. And that's why you're not the protagonist, bitch. Nico might have been chosen by accident, but they still are, like, the ideal chosen one in this situation. You know, I don't know. Like, I was ruminating is such a pretentious word. I was thinking about, considering is the word I was looking for. I was considering making a one-shot video, and it was gonna have, like, this joke. It was like, Nico is the best isekai protagonist of all time. And the more I think about that, the more I think that just is a true statement. Fuck Rudis Grey Rat. Fuck Kazuma. Fuck fucking Subaru. Nico's where it's at, bitches. I don't know.
No! They're trapped on the island.
I'm the protagonist of my own life. You're all side characters. Call me a side character again and I'll fucking ban you. I'll show how much of a fucking side character I am, bitch.
Oh. Calamus. Alola. There.
We don't have much time left. Nico, change of plans. Please give me the memory disk.
All right.
Listen carefully. I'll likely be targeted again, so we should split up to keep you safe.
Back. Wait, the funny rage man of whimsy and racism is gone? He was funny. Yeah, Cooler had to leave. I pissed him off too much. Just say that.
I want you to find a door under a large clock. The room under it has a pair of ground access elevators. Once you get to the ground, immediately find the Rue and bring her back to the room. She will know what to do in the meantime.
Alright, what about you, though?
I'm going to bring Prototype back.
Dude, this is like fucking hopeless, man. We're dooming them to die, and they don't even know that they're doomed. This is so fucked. Now the world sensed Nico having the tiniest bit of fun on the airplane and took it personal. These Sophias are pissing me off. I'm the original Cooler. Yeah.
I'm going to bring Prototype back.
Oh, are you okay? What? Are you okay?
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Don't scare me like that. Sophia, let's do our best.
There's a starman. There's a starman. Come on! Come on! Work already!
Huh? All right, the elevator guy.
Come on! Come on! Now of all times.
Excuse me?
Whoa! You! Jeez, I didn't think I was gonna run into.
Elevator's missing a button, right?
How did you? No.
Sophia and I will help you fix it.
Why can't Nico just cast heal prayer or something? This shit is. Seriously? Oh, thank goodness. Evacuees are counting on this. On me. I've been here for hours and can't figure out a thing.
Evacuees?
You know, from the West apartments. Square stuff wrecked the place yesterday.
Oh.
Right now, everyone's crowded in the cafe. I really want everyone to get to the surface as soon as possible, though. Yeah, I'm back since I didn't want to end things on a bad note. The funny man of rage bait and see, the racism is back. And the library on the surface doubles as a shelter for situations like this.
I see. Wait, didn't we find magnets and stuff in the apartment, Sophia?
The what?
Looks like we'll have to find some other way to fix the button, Sophia.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I was so pissed that since politicians in my country are trying to push conservatism by appealing to America. Well, Cooler, it makes sense that they would do that. Because, you know, Trump has effectively created this strategy of bullying other countries into doing what he wants. He claims this is for progress, but really it's because he has a small dick. So, you know, your politicians are, I guess, at the very least, understandable for being stupid. You know?
Cooler-sama, it was a Delta on my Rune reference. I'm so sad you dejected me like that, Cooler-sama.
I believe the term you're looking for is senpai. And you have to be like, and you have to say something way worse. Holy fudge.
Looks like Sophia and I will need to find another way down altogether.
But this is the only elevator in the area.
Well, think of something.
This is kind of a fucking banger. Nico, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Nico? Nico, are you okay? It's fine, Conductor Chan. I can settle this up by starting our own love quest. What the fuck? So, okay. Fun fact, my mom discovered shoujo anime, and she loves them, and it's literally just for the reason, it's like literally for the most basic reason ever. It's because there's a bunch of dudes who are like, your eyes are like a pool of never-ending, cerulean. Please, accept my love. You. And it's just like the dumbest shit ever, dog. I don't... Chat, yaoi. Well, actually, it wouldn't be yaoi because Cooler used the honorific chan, which is usually used for women. So technically speaking... you know, based on my limited knowledge from my 1 year of high school of Japanese. Make me pancakes, bitch! Truly was I don't know.
Sorry about that.
Alright.
Oh. Hello, Messiah. You, came in a bad time. The apartment of the West Sector got destroyed by the squares a day ago. Terrible, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, at least the evacuee seems to be doing okay. Conductor, I curse you to be a woman. I am a grand wizard. Thank you, Cooler Son. Are you thinking of turning you into a woman? What? The evacuees seem to be doing okay. We're letting them stay here for now. Penguin. TV head. This is everyone living up here? Wow. I guess we all learned something. Shut up! Shut up! Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Why does it always release the files and never can we eat the files? You want to know what they taste like? What the fuck, dog? Dog, I don't want to know this shit. Hello. Hello, Miss Time.
Here we are at the 11th hour. A countdown to the Earth's expire.
Oh, woman, not W, man.
Shouldn't you be with the other evacuees?
Maybe.
I wonder if the big clock has reached 0 yet. I want to be right here when everything ends.
Okay. Epstein was a FNAF fan? Yes, everyone knows this.
Screen is off. Door is locked. Looks like it's asking for a password. As long as the people stay sheep, they will forever be slaves to the short form content. I didn't realize how bad people's attention spans had gotten. You know? I didn't realize how bad. Alright. Let's get this bad boy out. The word documents is on screen. Above is the password prompt.
Fucking hell. Nope. Okay. I don't know if this is the same one. Eat chalk, it keeps the nerves pumping. Trust me, buddy, I tried. Got a box of Smarties with me? Good, you're gonna need them. I don't know if this password will work, because it's like... I think this is the one we used last time. Four, 5. Yeah, I thought so. I'm trying to find it, but it's like there's no... There aren't any documents that I need. I'm kind of confused and it's like upsetting me. Cause like you have like, cause like everything's in the documents file and it's like, It's multiple docs? Okay, but like, the only document I have is document.oneshot.txt, which gave me the password for the other one. Then you have one-shot password 1 through 4, which is the solstice password. Then you go to my games, you go to one shot and you read the readme. But the readme doesn't have shit. Then you open the Clover file, and the Clover file likewise doesn't have shit. So I'm really confused as to what I'm supposed to do. According to the Polymarket, odds of Jesus Christ returning have doubled overnight. You know what I don't get? I don't get why it's called the second coming when Christians believe that Jesus already came back to life again. Because wouldn't him coming back after 3 days be the second coming? Wouldn't this be the third coming? I don't know. I think it's fucking weird that there's like subsections of Christians who actually want Jesus to come back and the end of the world to happen. That's fucking weird to me. That's fucking weird. What the fuck? The word documents is on the screen above a password prompt. It's the fucking solstice? No, it's not. Fine. Fine. Fine, chat. Fine. 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 Sure. 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 You guys are pissing me off. Solstice dick. How did that fucking work? How did that fucking work? I'm at a loss for words.
Elevator won't open. Looks like it's stuck on another floor.
See, I fucking told you, Chris-chan.
Elevator has no button panel. Tapping the door won't open it either. This usually works. Wait, there's a lever hanging from the ceiling. Can't reach it. We should find someone tall to reach it for us.
Okay, time to find elevator dude. I don't think I'm gonna make it to the end of the show. If you have to leave again, that's fine, man. Solstice. I don't get what the internet's obsession with Chris-chan was. Like, I get it post 2021. I get it. However, it's like, when you really look back at Chris-chan, circa 2006 to, I'd say 2020, Chris-chan is really nothing special. She's just a lolcow with little self-awareness who believes that the things she creates are real and is also weird towards women. Those qualities aren't unique to Chris-chan. In fact, they're quite common amongst lolcows in general. So it's, I don't know. I don't get it. It just sort of seems like lots of people like to throw around Chris-chan being the most documented person on Earth as a good thing. I don't. For the majority of that, it was pretty much just bullying and harassment. And then it turned out that the person that they were bullying and harassing was also a massive piece of shit. And that doesn't make it, you know, it's such like a weird thing to talk about, because I think everyone involved in the Chris-chan story is a fucking terrible person, you know? Chris-chan was a bigot, sexist creep, deserved trolling from her earlier trolls. No, I get that. I understand getting made fun of on message boards. I don't understand tracking this person down to physically prank them. That sounds kind of weird and stalkery. I don't understand being a 13-year-old boy and impersonating a girl just to make Chris Chan look bad and call them a pedophile. I don't understand posing as a fake girlfriend for Chris Chan just to continue trolling her. I don't understand that. That sounds fucking deranged. I understand making fun of this person on message boards. I understand calling them a bigot. I understand that. I don't understand the fucking lengths they went to. That sounds fucking extreme.
Anyway.
We found some elevators.
What? Seriously? Literally never seen the other one in this area.
It wasn't a locked room.
Oh. Did they, work?
We don't know yet. One of them has a lever that's out of my reach. Wait, you can help us.
What?
You should be able to reach the lever because you're taller than me.
Oh, I guess I am. So, show me the way, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hell yeah, I got a party member. This guy might be one of my favorite NPCs in the game. He's just so matter of fact. He's just like, oh, I guess. I don't know. I don't fucking know, dude. Who is Chris Chan? Don't look it up. Legitimately, if you don't know who Chris Chan is, looking Chris Chan up will only give you a bad day. It's like a fucking cognito hazard, dude. It's just like, it's a story of literally just constant of people trying to one-up themselves for who is worse. That's the Chris Chan story. That, to me, that is what the Chris Chan story is about. The Chris Chan story isn't about an individual who is, you know, terminally online and bigoted. It's a story of people harassing that terminally online bigoted person until they turn that person into a bigger monster. To me, that's the story of Chris Chan, honestly. And the fact that a lot of people don't see it that way because they think that bullying that bigoted monster is okay is fucking weird. They don't step back. They don't realize that they were, you know, wrong. Whatever. It's fine. This room gives me the creeps, man.
Oh, same.
Yep. So, what did you need help with again?
Can you reach that lever up there?
Oh, right. Wait. I'm not that tall.
Oh, it was worth a shot.
Wait, I got this.
Nice. Thank you, mister.
No prob, kid. Oh, so, you coming? Okay, the Pickle Man stuff was funny. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. The Pickle Man stuff was funny. Yeah, some of it was the fault of the trolls, but he was old enough to ignore them. But he never was... But Chris Chan was never going to ignore the trolls, right? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, you know what I mean? In the early days, Chris Chan viewed herself as this alpha macho Chad who was there to protect women and the heterosexual race by impregnating them, okay? Chris made it very clear that sorry, pronouns are confusing. That she was never going to, you know, move on from this. Especially because she was terminally online, especially because she had no friends, and especially because she cared very much about the opinions of other people for her comic. I think it's fucking deranged that people have gone out of their way to document Chris Chan's life in high school and shit. I think that's fucking weird. I'm sorry. People don't do that shit for, like, Cyrax or people. And by the way, it doesn't help that the people who were originally making fun of Chris Chan for being bigoted and sexist and weird also became bigoted sexists and started, you know, after Chris Chan transitioned. It's very weird
how the Chris Chan story goes from progressive trolls making fun of a regressive person to regressive trolls making fun of a progressive person. Of course, uh, of course, this progressive person is also fucking clinically insane and later would essay their own mother. And also, of course, these trolls are also clinically insane and went out of their way to encourage that harassment of their own mother. You see what I mean? It's a fucking Ouroboros of bullshit. It's a fucking spot. Here. Paint stream. Here. Let me keep it 100 with you. See, one of the best manga of all time is Uzumaki. And why is it one of the best manga of all time? Why is it? Because it's the story, of this town. And specifically, oh, shit. Give me a second, chat. I'm trying to fix it. There we go. Okay, so Uzumaki literally translates to spiral. And it's about things getting worse and worse. Because like a spiral, they start out big. Like a spiral starts out like this. It starts out like a circle. Things start out relatively normal until they become almost roundabout. And then they curve inward like this. And they keep on going and going and going until eventually your spiral stops looking like this and becomes more like, here, this is kind of hard to do. Becomes more like a coil, see? See, here's where the lighthearted trolling comes in. Like people making, the Dance Dance Revolution stuff. This is like the lighthearted stuff in the beginning. Then, more deranged people come in and start making a name for themselves for getting involved with Chris Chan's life. And then, as you go further, Chris Chan also becomes more deranged. You see? Everyone is in this spiral going deeper down. I think Chris Chan's parents are worse than the trolls. Yeah, no. It's just like, I don't know. Some of the old trolls even helped Chris's transition, if that counts. But still, it does. But like, as they become more deranged, right? As everyone becomes more deranged and more insane and more sycophantic, right? Because that's what's happening. It stops being Chris is an angry gamer who's upset at her trolls for bullying her. It starts to become Chris genuinely becomes a cult leader with an audience of deranged weirdos. Of course, this audience of deranged weirdos are both involved in her cult of personality and also using this to make fun of her, constantly egging her on to do more and more extreme stuff so they can laugh at her, but at the same time enabling her worst qualities. So, as we enter the edge of the spiral, I'm just going to call this spiral 2021, okay? This is when, like, shit hits the fan and we hit the point of no return. There's a lot of bad incidents up here, but, like, these are mostly contexts for the inevitable fucking dumpster fire that happened here. Because then, 2021 is revealed, and it's revealed that the trolls encourages Chris Chan, who is, at this point, a mentally deranged loser who doesn't leave her own home, barely has any friends, and doesn't leave the house. They take this very vulnerable person, this person who has gone through fucking 20 years of bullying at this point, mind you, who has been broken down to the fucking core. And I'm not trying to sympathize with Chris Chan because what she did next is deplorable. There are no winners in the story. There are only losers, including you for learning about it. Because then you're not really correct. Idea Guys' sole purpose was to make Chris Chan's worse for the lulz. Mainly responsible for Chris's downfall once her becoming less bad. Yeah, but like, here's my main point. Because then the trolls start encouraging Chris to do more and more bad stuff, including the assault of their own mother. And of course, Chris goes through with this. And this is like the worst shit ever. It's a fucking cognito hazard. I told you, it's a fucking cognito hazard. This shit makes Tucker Carlson. Chris goes to jail for like 3 years and is eventually bailed out. I don't know what Chris Chan is up to now, but it's like, you see, like, the spiral has a symbiotic relationship. If it was just Chris being cringe on the internet, then the story probably would have gone like this. Chris is cringe on the internet, and it slowly goes down until they're just some weird hoarder Sonic fan. But because of that cult of personality, they've exceeded the spinning of the spiral, you see. So now, because of all these factors, the spiral becomes bigger. There's more of a bridge to burn. There is more of a social link to burn. Again, there are no good people in the story. Everyone is a bad person. And you see this all the time when you learn about, like, lolcows and stuff like that. And it's fascinating for me, someone who is neither troll nor lolcow, though I feel I am rapidly becoming both rapidly. It's very interesting, because, like, a lot of the time, it's, like, the same fucking story. Terminally online loser starts posting stuff to the internet. People find it cringe and start making fun of them. Then some hyper obsessive people also start making fun of them and start harassing them. This online loser views this harassment as praise and continues to get worse. And then this snowballs over. It rolls on over into itself over and over and over again until you reach the fucking epicenter of cringe. This is the epicenter of brain rot, my friends. The epicenter of brain rot is the worst you can ever get. And that is where Chris Chan currently resides. Liquid Chris is a good guy, though. He wasn't even You're missing the point. I'm not saying... Okay. You're missing the point I'm trying to make, guys. I'm not saying that there weren't genuinely good people in the story. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that there wasn't a substantial portion of internet history made by this. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that when you look at the Chris Chan story objectively, that's what the story is. A spiral into the epitome of depravity on all sides, the more sane people having left decades ago at this point, into a never-ending conundrum of an Ouroboros, a snake that eats itself, into a black hole of non-stop despair. That is the Chris Chan story from my perspective. I don't care if you found some of the jokes funny. I don't care if you found some of the bits funny. I don't even care if you like watching that Chris Chan documentary that's been out since almost 10 years ago. From my perspective, that is what the story is. See, all you guys are doing is saying, oh, but it's funny. Oh, but it's funny. Guys, it doesn't matter if it's funny if the end result was this. Okay? Okay? Alright. It doesn't matter how funny it is. Okay. It doesn't matter how funny something is if it gets real people hurt in the end. You know what I mean? That's the difference between bullying and being an asshole, okay? I don't know. No, I agree. It's really sad. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know. It's just like, Chris Chan is like one of those topics that's deeply fascinating to me, but it's also like, it's kind of detrimental to like my mental health, like as a trans woman, because it's just like, because like everyone who covers the Chris Chan story, well, most of them, like 95% of them on YouTube are bigots. They're bigots who are like, see, look, who are like, Chris Chan can't be trans. He doesn't experience gender dysphoria, which is like not even a prerequisite, you know? Or they'll just end up saying some like really shitty things about trans women in general. That's certainly the implication Tucker Carlson gave when he covered the story on Fox News in 2021. But I don't know. So it's like shitty for me. You have to like sit through like all this bullying of someone who is in your community, but also someone who is fucking terrible and who does not represent you, you know? It'd be like, it's like I understand. I'm gonna like I'm gonna say something that's gonna make me sound like really unaware and ignorant for a little bit, but I think some people will know what I'm saying. It's so like for example, there are members of my family that are more they're more black than me. They're more black than me. Like you know. And the way they talk about the O.J. Simpson case is actually very similar to it, because they have to sit through all of this racism and bigotry around someone who is a bad person. But however, it does not make those racist things that they're saying about this person any more correct. The reason why O.J. got away with it is because the fucking police treated him poorly. It's because it was so easy to make a racial discrimination lawsuit against them, because he was racially discriminated. Now obviously this is a different case, but it feels very similar. There's a bad person from your community that everyone treats like shit for being from your community, not for the terrible things they do, and then suddenly you end up with this shit. It sucks. Yeah, it must be incredibly frustrating when people use bad actors to justify hating an entire group for no reason. Exactly. Like, you see this shit, like, I remember, back in 2023, during, like, the original, so, like, Ezra Miller, like, The Flash is coming out, and during the press tour, Ezra Miller gets caught doing some really bad things with a 14-year-old girl. And that situation is horrific. However, people didn't talk about it like that. They talked about it like, oh, look, all non-binary people are groomers. Oh, look. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you turning a tragedy into a fucking into a fucking own for your side? You're just using this as an excuse to be bigoted. And that's all the Chris Chan coverage is at the end of the day. I don't know, it's why I like struggle to like call Chris Chan by masculine pronouns, because at the end of the day, Chris Chan is still a trans woman. Sure, Chris Chan is a bad representation of the community, but that doesn't change the fact that she still is part of that community. You know what I mean? I refuse to remodel anything Modern Chris says, since I believe associating with Chris freaking Chan in any group is offensive to anyone. Yeah, but like, that's also like... Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that Chris Chan is white and Christian, right? That doesn't... That's such a stupid argument, okay? So, like, what? Okay, Jeffrey Epstein is Jewish, okay? We can't change that. We can't change that. Because he's a bad person, that doesn't make him less Jewish, does it? No. He's just a bad person who happens to belong to a persecuted group. Bad people can belong to persecuted groups. It becomes this, like, double standard. Like, what? If you're a bad like, for example, if I burn a house down, am I no longer trans? Am I no longer allowed to be a fucking lesbian because I do that shit? No, that's stupid. I still belong to those identities even if I do a bad thing. Like, there are tons of people who belong to racial minorities who do really bad things. Does that mean that they don't get to belong to those identities anymore? No. It's stupid. It's this double standard. It's this, we need to protect your community. You need to protect your community by moderating it more, by denying people to exist. When it's like, I don't control the right to exist. I don't control the right to identify. The reason why I use feminine pronouns for Chris Chan is because I respect my community. You know? Okay, that sounded racist. What the fuck? Yeah, see? No, Sophia, Christian is different because he's Christian. Yeah, see, that's like, I don't understand people who see on these things like SA and go, oh, that means X group is bad, because what the hell is it concerned? Do people have no empathy? Because people, okay, I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound really cliche. Bigotry is driven by hatred. Hatred is driven by fear. And the most overpowering force in a human being I have found is fear. Like, I don't know. For a long time, like, for example, someone who is afraid of heights will never move to the mountains. Even though they know that is an irrational fear, they will not move to the mountains because of what the mountains represent. Just like that, a racist will never move into a community with a high population of people of color, because they're afraid of them. So, when people see something that justifies their fear, like say someone falling off a mountain and dying, they're gonna see, oh look, they're an idiot for moving to the mountains. Oh look, of course they did it. They're not white. Of course they did it. They're a trans woman. Of course they did it. They're non-binary. Of course they did it. They're gay. Because to them, that justifies their prejudice. That's how it works. Holy crap, what did I walk into? Yeah. Sorry, let's just go back to the game, okay? You still coming? So, you coming? Give me a sec. Imagine respect. I don't respect Christian. I don't. I can't change. I don't respect Christian. I respect the community they belong to. This isn't hard, people. Your identity isn't taken away from you when you become a terrible person. Doing so, stripping someone of their identity because they aren't a good representation of that identity is bigoted, in my opinion. But people don't see it that way, because to a lot of people, trans people are new. Because to a lot of people, trans people choose to be trans. And it's like, buddy, why did I choose to get fucking bullied out of, like, every single Discord server I was in? Why did I choose to, like, have people start ghosting me after it's tell them that I'm trans? Why did I choose social ostracization? I did not. I did not choose that. Did I choose people to comment slurs under my videos? No, I didn't. I didn't choose that. The only choice I made was to express myself. That was it. I don't know. This shit pisses me off. I'm just rage baiting. Don't worry. Yeah, that's fine. Change my mind. I don't respect anyone now. You're all blank slates to do with my will. Honestly, I prefer that. No. I agree with you, Sophia. Yeah. I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. I'm like kind of tempted to like make like a video going deeper into my thoughts on Christian, because like, again, Christian is like this rabbit hole of depravity, this thing you can't escape if you're on the internet long enough, this all-encompassing black hole of like content and brain rot that will inevitably destroy any conversation. If you mention Christian in a Reddit thread, the entire thread becomes about Christian. If you make a tweet about Sonichu, the entire thread becomes about Christian. Even if you make a shitpost video power scaling Sonichu, that's what happens. Because the brain rot is all consuming. I don't know. And it's tempting not to see the call of the abyss, you know what I mean? You look at it for what it is, and you see all that filth, and like a car on fire in the distance, you can't help but look away. But you have to acknowledge that in that moment, you acknowledging it, you looking at it, you are engaging and you are partially enjoying the suffering of real people. And as long as you acknowledge that, that's fine. Don't do Christian video. Yeah, I know. So, you coming?
Mm-hmm. Oh, neat.
Well, looks like the elevator works all right. I'll get the evacuees, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Bro! Shit pisses me off when there are people who cheer when someone gets called out for being a bad person. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that, actually. And it sucks because, like, a lot of my friends are that way. And not that I hate my friends, not that they piss me off or anything, but it's something I can't relate to them on, you know what I mean? Even when it's people I personally don't like, even when it's people who I think have done real harm to the platform and to communities, I can't really be happy when when it's revealed that they were hurting people and they caused suffering. I can learn about these facts. I can even appreciate it to some extent, but I can't enjoy it, you know what I mean? Yeah. Apparently showing compassion is woke. What is going on? No! It's the square stuff, isn't it? There aren't any in here, but I can hear them outside the door.
Yeah. Hold on, maybe Super Kami Sophia can...
No, it's okay. Looks like the squares aren't inside the elevator yet. You're in a hurry, right? Go do what you need to do.
But what about you?
I'll figure something out. Dude, Nico is going through this shit. They're like Yuji in the fucking Shibuya incident. I don't know. Going back to this, it's like, the drama part of YouTube, as H Bomber Guy says in his legendary plagiarism in You video, is the drama part of YouTube is like a tabloid magazine on crack. It is an industry that is fueled on the suffering of real people. And while it's fun, like, it's fun to read tabloids, it's fun to learn about people's misgivings, you also have to wonder what people in the industry really are. Like, for example, I can never trust a drama YouTuber. If I ever became friends with someone who wanted to become one, I would never trust them because I know for a fact that they'd be looking for my downfall because it would be content to them, you know? It's funny to me when, like, all these drama YouTubers, like, get so upset when people keep screenshots of them and record all their phone calls, when it's like, you knew what you were signing up for. These people don't look at other people, these people don't look like at online relationships as relationships, they look at them as future content. They look at you as a future topic for a documentary to get 6 million views. They don't give a fuck about you. Why do you care? I don't know. It's just... That sounds callous, but it's just true. I'll figure something out.
Okay.
No. No! No! Drama YouTubers are the worst. Yeah. Okay. There has to be an elevator on this side.
Let's see if this elevator...
Yes! Yes! We can save them! Buddy. But no! There's no point. Like, fishing so hard to make videos on people who didn't do shit. I watch a lot of YouTube while I drive, or YouTube while I'm, like, waiting in between classes, you know, and I'll watch these, like, long-form documentary videos, and one of them was literally the biggest fucking nothing burger of all time. But it still got views because the person the video is on is popular. Like, for example, I'm all for advocacy and awareness on, like, topics like SA and grooming. However, I feel like a lot of people don't fucking know what those terms mean, because they just throw them around for any situation that's just mildly inappropriate, when doing that makes real victims feel like shit. It's very irresponsible, but they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. People are content to them. You could never trust them. Turkey Tom never got any consequences for all the lies he says in his videos. I don't want to say his name because that, like that's the bad omen. Like you know, that's like sort of saying iDubbbz' name in like 2017. Like Fear the Content Cop. It's, I don't know. It's just like Turkey Tom is like the epitome of like someone who should have failed in the drama industry years ago but keeps coming back. And that's either really admirable or really fucking annoying. Because he was friends with like a lot of people who were revealed to be doing really bad shit. But whatever. Then he got exposed for doing a drama wrong, but he came back from that. And now he's getting exposed again for, I don't know, being a drama YouTuber in real life and being kind of a gooner, I guess. Like, you know, at some point, you know, as a YouTuber, as someone who hates editing, I respect that he puts out long videos. I don't respect what he uses it for. I don't respect his sources. I don't respect any of that, you know? Well, who the fuck is Turkey Tom? Don't ask. Don't ask. Pretty far right audience. Yeah! Yeah, I know. I forgot the voice I had for her. Please, you mustn't! Labs could collapse any moment now! I don't know, it's just like, I don't want to say, it's weird. It's weird being a YouTuber, right? Being a YouTuber is weird because it can feel like you're talking to your friends when you're talking to your audience. And then you have to remember that everything's being recorded and traced, if not by you, but then by someone else. So I feel like I have to pick my words very carefully when I say this. But, I feel like there's this lie of neutrality within documentaries. And this isn't just in YouTube videos. This is just in how documentaries work. Documentaries usually present themselves as neutral because to the idiot, and the idiot being the viewer, to the mark, rather, neutrality looks like objectivity. If you're neutral towards us, for example, if I were to do a documentary on which ice cream flavors I liked more, and I know like the game's in a really tense moment, but I need to talk about this. Like, for example, I would say something like, vanilla has often been called the most boring of flavors and has come under criticism by fans of chocolate. Now, chocolate in itself, it has been described as having a rich and deeper flavor. And you wouldn't say anything about what you think, you'd just say what other people think, in quotes. You'd make someone else look better while making something look worse, but you'd stay neutral about it. You wouldn't put your own opinions. And to an idiot, that looks like objectivity. That looks like, but here's the thing about objectivity. Humans are not objective creatures. We have subjective opinions. You are influencing the narrative with your story. You should always be asking when you're watching something why it was made. You know? If things were left out, why they were left out. If someone's lying, why they lied. You should always be thinking critically because this is how people lie to you. But again, to a moron, objectivity looks like something pure fact-based. It looks like they have all sides of the equation considered. And that is what Turkey Tom thrives on. Objectivity. quote unquote. Being neutral, quote unquote. And it just, it's just kind of weird how a majority of his topic, of his, like, content seems to focus on, people much smaller than him, people who can't really defend themselves, and, a lot of trans people in there too. Now, I'm going to be honest, a lot of these people did deserve a big documentary exposing on them. However, it just feels a little disingenuous, doesn't it? If you, like, say, covered the story of, like, a really bad person, like, let's just say a murderer, in between tons of videos about how bad black people are, then, like, there might be some sort of bias there. Of course, I'm not saying anything. It just sort of feels like it. You know what I mean? Tenno wants to stream 10. Go watch TV, Sophia. Sophia, you said his name. You got the curse. Shit's a turkey tongue. I'm going to defend this channel. Drama tubers from 67 to the call counts. Yeah. So, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not making a Discord ever. I lied to you guys. I don't want to make a Discord ever. And the more I think about it, the more it feels like the correct decision. I feel like if you guys want a Discord, you should make one yourself, and you should run it and own it yourself. That's what I feel. Cause I am a college student who barely has time for YouTube as is. I don't have time to moderate all that bullshit, and nor do I have time to deal with all the drama of a bunch of community of, I'm just going to assume, predominantly teenagers. Hello. They get their info solely from YouTube. So easy to get wrapped into a side of the political spectrum. No, the thing is, most people who make long-form documentaries get their sources from 3 places: YouTube, Reddit, and Kiwi Farms. All 3 of those places are known for having pretty heavy biases in different areas. YouTube, I'd say, is more neutral, all things considered, but, like, for a long time it wasn't. Reddit for a long time wasn't. Nowadays it really depends who you get your source from. And Kiwi Farms, like, almost deliberately, you have to take Kiwi Farm stuff with a grain of salt. That's all I'm saying. It's like reading a 4chan post. You have to take it with a grain of salt. You have to understand the author's biases. Anyway. Have you played Deltarune Chapter 4 yet? Yes. Get my sources from Instagram Reels. Works half the time. Yeah.
Let go of me.
No, wait, that's not the voice.
Let go of me. Cedric?
Dude, what the fuck is happening? I couldn't stop him.
Mess?
You get your info from Sophia? Here's the problem with getting all your info from one source, though. People are often wrong, though. Here's the thing. I only talk about things I'm confident in public, aka on the internet. When I know my opinion on them, when I have, like, a fully thought out opinion on them and stuff. And I learned that, and I didn't used to. Like, in 2023, I didn't. I just, like, went off my gut. Going off your gut is not enough. You have to actually put in the work, and that's hard for a lot of people. The problem with only using one source is that people are often wrong, and you have to seek out more information. Like, for example, I don't know shit about the Turkey Tom allegations, because every single video I fucking tried to see to get more information is just people arguing if they're real or not. I want people to know, I want to know the actual allegations, not people arguing about that shit. I guess that's what happens when there's no Turkey Tom to go over something quote-unquote objectively, you know what I mean? Yeah, I guess there's some pretty objective facts the majority of people should be able to see on either side. The problem is that, like, the internet right now is so heavily politicized. Every single opinion is going to be taken as a political endorsement, whether you want it to or not, because people right now, and since about 10 years ago, just really want to fight each other. And that's because they're sad, and they have empty lives, and they know nothing but violence. Whatever. The internet has caused great harm, I'd say, to the mental well-being of everyone who's used it. I'm going to be honest. And that comes from someone who's grown up with the internet her entire life. Every single person I've met has been negatively affected by the internet.
Yeah, but if you have video evidence of something, it's publicly available, that's all I'm saying, yeah. You know that YouTuber Quiet? Yeah, I used to watch him back in high school. Sophia, you should take all the information from Asmongold. Yes, spoke it. Messiah! You came in an awful time. You have to get out of here. Where to? Everyone else... Where everyone else is right now. This shit is so hopeless. I forget her voice too. So, Dice Lady. Dice Lady. So, do the curtains match the drapes? Come on. me being degenerate on stream. Watch, people are gonna like take that out of context, but I don't care. People take everything out of context. It's just. I realized a while ago, you know. This is gonna sound like a villain rant, and it probably is. We like to pretend to be better. You know, we all like to pretend to be better. We all like to think, that's not me. That's not me. When really deep down you learn that that is you. You are a fucking disgusting disgrace, just like the rest of the human race. And that's what makes you human. Oh yeah, this is a one-shot stream. Quite makes thirst traps of himself. Okay, I guess that's his right. I don't know. I mean, that is a little weird, but that's coming from someone who's very body conscious though. If someone, like, for example, that's like getting mad at SS Sniper Wolf for making thirst traps of herself. I wouldn't do that. Like, come on, it's the internet. If people want to be horny for you and you're openly endorsing that, then I don't really see a problem with that. Although, I assume Sniper Wolf got a lot more flack from it than Quite, because she's a woman, and also, you know, she's a plagiarist. But, you know, aside from that, I remember, like, the early days of Sniper Wolf drama, where everyone was just mad that she was showing off her boobs. Sophia loves thirst traps online. I'm human. Didn't Sniper Wolf dox someone? Yeah, she did. She's a bad person, but it's also like, I don't know. You have to remember, I'm looking at this from like I remember like 2017 when people were originally mad at her for showing too much skin, you know? I'm not defending her. No, she's a bad person. Okay, let me get this disclaimer out of the way. SS Sniper Wolf is a bad person. She doxed Jack's films and is a plagiarist. Don't do those things. Those things are bad. However, I don't think you should be persecuted online for making thirst traps of yourself. Okay? Okay. Those are my opinions. Gotta go, low battery. Okay. Kip, you made it back. I was so worried. Those are her eyes! Those are her eyes. Yeah, I'd still hit it. I see you found the Messiah. Nico! Yeah. We ran into each other after this boy forced himself into the lab complex. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I couldn't stop him. I don't know why he was being so insistent.
He said he needed to rebuild his robot.
Oh, you know him?
Yeah,
Robot. Are you talking about a boy with white hair and goggles?
that's Cedric, yeah.
He said he really needed a book from the back room. Said it was an emergency and I let him have it and he ran out and I should have stopped him. I hope he's okay. Yeah, I hope he's alright too. With any luck, the lab complex can hold him for long enough to... Oh my gosh. That was...
The labs?
The poor kid. No! Dude, what the fuck? Why is everyone dying? What the fuck? I don't think 95% of the internet is porn. I think it's closer to like 75%. I mean, if you go back to like 2005 probably, but you know, it's like I don't know. I feel like I don't know. It's kind of hard for me to talk about this on YouTube, so I guess I won't.
Not him too.
I'm sorry about your friend.
Last time we spoke, he told me he had someone on the surface. I need to get going.
You shouldn't go out there.
But
Oh, help me out here, Kip. George is right. Squares seem to be targeting a lot of the weaker constructs in the city. Only the library has enough structural integrity to withstand the collapse. Alright, yep. Alright, I'm back. Only the library has enough structural integrity to withstand the collapse. It's best if you stay here until things stabilize, however long that takes.
But, what about my mission? Do you guys want me to bring the sun back at least?
Oh, but even if you bring the sun back, the squares will still be here. Sadly. Not to mention everything is going to be... You know what? It's really refreshing in a piece of fantasy media to have like adults be like really responsible around child characters. I don't mean that in like a goonery way. I mean that in like a, hey, the thing's fucking dangerous. You're a kid. I'm an adult. I know better than you. You know what I mean? Because usually in fantasy stories, adults are like, well, okay, you're a kid and you seem to know what you're doing. Have fun out there. And then the kid fucking dies. Like, Made in Abyss is a really good example of this. Rico and Reg should have never been allowed to fucking leave the orphanage. They should have never, like, when the uncle found them, he should have drove their ass back up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like Pokemon, you're telling me a 10-year-old boy wants to fight like fucking monsters on the level of gods? Hell no, kid. You're going back to 5th grade. Like, you know, I don't know. You can't stop your kid from one. Okay, I'm not gonna read chat right now. But here I really like that these adults are like, hey, kid, you're a fucking kid. If you go out there, you're gonna fucking die. It doesn't matter if you're the Messiah. We don't want you to fucking die, you know? You know. Even if there's no... It's not going to be hard. Even if the world is like this, there's no telling what's going on in the tower. Something bad happens to the Messiah of all people. I'm not sure I'll be able to forgive myself. A friend of mine said something about this forever ago. It's better for the world to die naturally. No living being should have to carry that burden. That's why I like this game. It's actually decently realistic. And I mean, I'm not trying to slight Pokemon or Made in Abyss. I mean, Made in Abyss has like very questionable elements, but you know, it's like they're still fun, and I understand why they're like that. It's because the kids are the main characters, and we have to have the main characters do things, or else we don't have a story. I get that. I understand that. It's just, it's like, I don't know. I think it's really refreshing to see all these people be like, hey, Nico, no. It doesn't matter if you're the Messiah, you're still one of us, you know, and I don't want you to fucking die. Yeah, all the characters feel actually human. Yeah, I don't know. That's something I really like about indie games in general. You know, like out of every indie game I've played, they've all had pretty realistic characters, you know? And I think that's because when you're an indie game developer, you usually have to rely on the support of your friends rather than the support of your coworkers. And because of that, you're usually going to use your human connections and bonds to help you make the game. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? It probably doesn't make sense. Not saying that like AAA games can't have like human characters or whatever. Obviously they do, but you know, it's like you know what I'm saying. At the time, I thought it was her faulty code speaking. Oh, it was your robot daughter that looks just like you. Oh. Shout out to Sora's parents for dying frame one and never being mentioned again in Kingdom Hearts 1 because yeah. I don't know. You know something I'm kind of sick of? I'm kind of sick of characters having parents who like I get that like making the main character an orphan makes a lot of sense conceptually. You know what I mean? For one, it allows so if the main character is an orphan, it allows for them basically to be free. They could do whatever they want. Um and it allows for their parents to either be revealed at a later date or, you know, their true intentions to be revealed. Two, it instantly creates sympathy for that character because we love our parents instinctually, you know what I mean? Like the first face we see when we wake up is our mothers, you know? We love our parents. So when the character doesn't have them, we're like, "Damn, sorry, bro. That fucking sucks." But like, I don't know. I kind of want to see a character who has really good parents, you know, like a main character who always has like that home they can go back to. I feel like that'd be really interesting. I'm not gonna write it. All the characters I write are also orphans. I'm a hypocrite in this regard. But it's also like, you know, I just want to see a character who has like a home to go back to and, you know, people that they care about, you know? Cuz that way there's like stakes raised, you know? Usually people cheat with this, like they'll have their character like Spider-Man. Spider-Man's parents died, but he's taken in by his aunt and uncle. They're basically functionally speaking his parents, you know? Batman's parents died, but Alfred is basically his dad, you know? Like stuff like that. All my OCs have shitty parents. But now I'm starting to understand. Messiah, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. All this time we've burdened you with our hope, our faith, blissfully knowing the fact that you are just a lost child. See? This is what I mean! Responsible ass adult! Ugh. I love it when adults act responsibly in the media I'm consuming. I fucking love it, man. It's so rare for some reason, but I love it so much. Uh, only one of my characters, only one of my characters is going to be an orphan, but I need to write the rest of his backstory first. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why adults acting responsibly is like so rare in media. I know like a lot of like for example, like it's not just like anime that does this. Like a lot of Western media does this too. Like specifically stuff targeted towards young adults is full of like shitty adults. You know what? Like rotten adults. You know what I mean? Like if you want to get all Ryuji Sakamoto about it, you know, it's like for example, I why is Harry Potter on the brain today? I haven't seen Harry Potter in years. I think Severus Snape is like one of the best examples of like a shitty adult. You know what I mean? Like he's a fucking grown ass 40-year-old man who was beefing with a bunch of fugly 14-year-olds, all because he didn't all because Harry's mom didn't let him hit. Okay, that's fucked up, dude. That's fucking pathetic, you know? Author experience bleeding into the work. Yeah. Kept doing what Toriel could have never done in a million years. Toriel, I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt because she's like, Toriel is very clearly traumatized. You know, she she basically cuts Frisk off the second like they decide to go off on their own. And in the true pacifist ending, she realizes she was wrong and goes back to save them. It's actually pretty decent character work, especially for a woman who has lost so much. And by the way, to all the Toriel haters for Deltarune, I'm 90% sure if Toriel knew what was going on with Chris, she would immediately put a stop to it. She would immediately be like, what do you mean you're fated to die? Hell no! You are grounded, or some shit like that. Like, I don't know. I don't know why, because they assume that all teens hate adults. Here's the thing. As an adult, I hate all adults. But it's like, and as a teenager, I really hated adults. But it's like, there were still people who acted responsibly, you know what I mean? And like, for example, people really like the character Roy Mustang, from Full Metal Alchemist. I am one of them. I love Roy Mustang. He is irresponsible as shit, dude. He is so fucking irresponsible. He lets a 14-year-old boy, like, not only fight in the military, but go on life-threatening missions. He sends him on them. He's even more irresponsible in 2003, although that's the point. It's just like, Sorial haters need to Sorial haters are a different breed, dude. I actually really like Deltarune's take on Sorial. I like that it's not this wholesome thing. Because, like, the reason why I liked Sorial so much in the Undertale fandom days, what am I kidding? The Undertale fandom's still strong. Is because it was like this really wholesome ending. It was Sans finally like overcoming his inner demons and accepting that he could be happy. Toriel finally opening herself up again to someone new, and then Frisk like being this shining bit of happiness for all of them. They were like a really cute family. You know what I mean? Like, sure. Did Sans threaten to kill Frisk? Sure. Did Toriel abandon Frisk? Sure. Is that all water under the bridge? Absolutely. And then in Deltarune, it's just completely recontextualized. Sans isn't your wholesome dad who tells you funny jokes and is kind of sad sometimes. Sans is the guy who's fucking your mom. It's so based. I love how that gets recontextualized. I love it. Surreal and Deltarune has a chance to be infinitely more interesting because it's Toby working with 5 chapters instead of 2. 5 entire chapters instead of a 2-hour game. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, blissfully ignoring the fact that you were just a lost child. Well, probably more scared than any of us, aren't you? Yes. Let Nico be a kid. Let Nico be a kid. Make them pancakes. Make them pancakes. They deserve it.
They just like me, for real. Anyway. We have been dealing with tragedy for so long, it's become background noise for us now. But for you, it must be so terrifying. Um, and now you're stuck with the rest of us, being held back by the very people you were told to save. We must seem so ungrateful. Make the fucking pancake, dude. I'm God. I am God. Make them pancakes. George 3 just like me, for real. That's okay. When I first came to this world a long time ago, back then all I wanted was to go home. Sophia, do you remember? The very first time. Not sure how far back it was for you. It was about a couple weeks, actually. But I remember towards the end. I actually wasn't sure anymore about going home. Even knowing the world would be doomed eventually, I still wanted the people here to be happy. It's a command from God. Make the child pancakes. Dude, I'm tearing up. I'm tearing up, man. I'm tearing up, dude. So, when you told me to return the sun back then, I didn't even question it. But then I just came back. You what? And then I found out the world being like this. Prototype said forget the things he told me. And Cedric told me not to think about it too much. Did you sense you go home or save the world? I saved the world. I chose to save the world. I chose to save the world. It like really messed me up. Like, I don't know. I felt like it was like post-game depression. Like, you Persona fans out there get how I feel, you know what I mean? And Cedric told me not to think about it too much. Sorry for getting upset at you back at the mines. I thought for you to know all that, yet continue doing this. Just seemed cruel. Then I realized something. You really wanted to save both the world and me. Yeah, Nico, I did. Yeah, Nico, I did. I left because I had something to do and now Cooler's gone. What would be the worst way to find out you're schizophrenic? Like, I don't know. I feel like I get reminded of the Reddit lamp story a lot. And you know, to be honest, I'm 90% sure that story's fake. However, if it was real, just for a second, that was like the way you found out that like you were like schizophrenic or like you had been living like a lie. That would be like the most fucked up thing. Why would you do that? The world is dying. You can save it, but Nico is real. They're a person. They're a real one. They're just a kid. They just want to see their mama again. I know! But I thought saving the world, I thought saving millions was more important than the life of a single person. I thought saving everyone was more important than that. I thought I had a responsibility to do so. I'm sorry. But in the end, you can only choose one, right? Is it really hard for you too? Yes! It must be. If the world is broken, will that choice still be there? Do you still need to choose one or the other? Even if it is, I really want to save this world, Sophia.
I made the right decision. Fuck you.
Anyway. I really want to save this world, Sophia. None of them are real. And even if they were, the world is dying. Without them, son, let them go. Let them see their mama again. Let them go. Let them go.
Your mission was to save Nico. My mission was to save everyone! I know it. I know it. I'm not a hero. I know I'm not a hero. I know the world is doomed. I just wanted a happy ending. I thought that Nico could live with their friends. That they were young enough. That they could just live in this world and be happy, okay?
Even if it's more dangerous this time around. Even if so many nice people we met were... Sophia, I'm not afraid anymore.
Accident was 30 years ago, let them go. What? What's going? The accident was 30 years ago. I wake up an old woman. Like beside me there's some nurse giving me pills, like, there you go. I'm like, what? What happened? It's revealed Nico was like actually like, I don't know, like my actual kid or something. I don't know. Like how psychological horror-y do you want to get with it?
That's why. I think you should let me go. I promise I'll be okay. Please?
If you must. It wouldn't be okay. So take back everything I said about responsible adults. They should be like, okay, well, if God wants you to go, we'll go with you. We'll go with you to protect you, and that's what they should say. That's what they should say right now, but they're not, because they're not being responsible adults. Okay, there we go. Wakes up decades later, 5 more minutes, goes back to sleep. 12 psychological horror. The accident wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault. You have to let them go. It's been 30 years. A Maury type shit. Well, like every time I go to sleep, I like dream that like Nico was perfectly fine. That I'm not me, but actually a hollow husk of myself. And only by confronting that hollow husk can I confront what really happened all those years ago. Is that what's happening? Be right to keep you. Well, if George is fine with that, I guess we should let... Wait, are these two a thing? Guess we should let you go now, Messiah. Promise us you'll be careful now, okay?
Mm-hmm. You guys be safe too.
Yes, you are cooked. Okay. I want to talk to all these people, but I also...
Look at this edgy motherfucker. Look at this fucking Nagito Komaeda fucking OC looking motherfucker.
Everything's an Amori reference. Okay. Why are you browsing Instagram Reels?
Gato, el gato. Where are you? Okay.
Nico trying to be nonchalant while the world's ending.
Yeah, you're here. Nico, are you Rue? Yes. Did you already meet the others?
The guy would be like Piccolo on Namek exploding, but instead of leaving, he just has to. No, that's not Namek. That's Earth. That's a scene from Dragon Ball GT. You would know that if you watched the show. Piccolo wasn't on Namek as it exploded. That was Goku. No, I literally think it's fucked up that children have more teeth than us, though.
Did you already meet the others? Yeah, but everything is in place then. Come on, let's go back to the clock room.
Remove the L, and it's a funny word. Remove the L, and it's a funny word. Where is the clock tower? You know what I'm saying? Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Guys, I'm not dreaming. I'd know if I was dreaming, okay? Is this the clock tower? Is this the tower? No. Where the fuck is the tower? Okay.
The door won't budge.
I don't know. If this world wasn't real, right? Right. And I was just dreaming and I was comatose. Why is the world that my brain would come up with, why is it so depressing, you know what I mean? Why does it suck so much? That's how I know this must be real. Because a world I would make would be fucking awesome. The fog is coming, the fog is coming, the fog is coming, the elevator. One of my friends is like going like full 4chan conspiracy theorist and I have to like stop him. I have to stop him before he says a lot of dumb shit and it ruins my DMs. He's always like, it's weird because he always like says like really bad transphobic stuff to me. Not about me, but about other trans women. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And I have to stop him. You understand, chat? I'm in a hurry. I have to stop him from the brain rot.
Where are the other two? Prototype and Cedric. They're supposed to be here already. Prototype's body was destroyed back in the Barrens. Cedric was going to bring him back with a memory disk, but he was in the lab complex when it collapsed. I don't think he made it. Oh, no. There goes our only chance.
I'm sorry. Why are you friends with him? I don't know. He's funny sometimes. As a rule of thumb, I try not to give up on people, so I don't know. Maybe that's my fault.
I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Nico. If anything, I should be apologizing to you. There's one last thing I want to do. Come on, let's go upstairs.
Nico, 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 nee. That shit was not the wind. What do you mean?
You know, this is the tallest building in the refuge. It's my favorite part of the world. So glad I don't have face cam. I might have to end stream. Everyone deserves forgiveness except Logan. Excuse me, who's Logan? Excuse me, who's Logan? Please explain yourself. Please. I'm sorry. Maybe I should speak up. See, when someone asks you for something, you respond to them. Okay? Okay. So please tell me who Logan is. Got a conductor's message for. I almost never have. I don't know if I'm okay. It's fine. It's my favorite part of the place in this world. I like to look at the far off buildings, imagine what kind of lives behind each of the windows. Ah, can you lift me onto the banister? Okay, now I kind of feel kind of bad. Why do you feel bad? Frickin' idiot. I want to get a better look. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I just thought that was a joke message. The joke message went a bit far after he got silent. He thought Rue was gonna jump when they first played. I feel like we're gonna have to end soon, unfortunately. I'll finish this tomorrow. Yeah.
It was depressing for me at first too, you know. Knowing all this as well. Fake? Simulated. Cedric told me about your old world. Did he? Really sorry about that. I can't imagine how you must feel. The feeling of never being able to go home again? It's probably not at all different from your plight, is it? Really is ironic. You are prevented from going home by the same individual who never wanted to bring you here. Huh? Who would that be? The World Machine. You might know it as the Entity. I see.
So the world machine itself. Okay. So let me get the deep lore. Cedric's dad, the author, decided to make a machine called the World Machine to save his people from getting fucking game ended. They all go into the simulation and it's fine. However, the simulation takes on a mind of its own called the Entity. The Entity isn't keen on risking someone real, i.e. Nico, to save a world that isn't even real. So the Entity instructs me, God, to bring Nico home. However, the author, the person who made the Entity, tells me to choose whatever I want. Okay. Then the author somehow resets the Entity, and we go back, and the Entity is now confused, causing it to overreact and the game to glitch out. Got it.
Oh, the Entity does sound familiar. I think I heard it from the Dice Lady from another time. Was it a spirit of the world? Yes. The thing is, the World Machine was not built to fully run on mental abilities of someone else. It was never meant to develop a mind of its own. Oh, it was an oversight. My creator specialized in artificial intelligence for so long, and was simply ingrained in his work. All the machines are built with a fundamental flaw. Never let a living being come into harm. From the World Machine's perspective, it has to violate its deepest, most foundational instinct. It's put a living person in danger. Bring a real person into a dying world that isn't even real. All you got wrong, to my knowledge, is that the Entity was a reset by you, not the author. I see. Oh. Of course, the simulation was never in any real danger. The eventual intended ending was not meant to be a happy one. World Machine doesn't know that. Really? Unfortunately, sentient machines tend to handle conflicts in their code very badly. This central conflict triggered a self-destructive downward spiral. You can see the manifestations of that everywhere now. The squares! That's the world machine, corrupting its own code. My creator says it's a largely involuntary process, induced by a stress and the desire to self-terminate.
Oh, okay, great. So even the game wants to kill itself. Great.
Your creator knows? Sounds like it's been going on since the beginning, then... Yeah. Disruption was an issue during test runs, even. First, my creator thought the instability was due to the sheer scope of the project. He spent most of his remaining time testing it over and over again, scaling down the story, reiterating the narrative. By the time he realized the actual root of the problem was our home world's remaining lifespan measured in mere days.
How does an entire world get depression? It's tough for real.
Oh, is there a way to fix the world machine? We tried. World machine doesn't believe any of the world's residents are real, myself included. The odds are against us. We have no chance of taming it. Taming? Heard that word so many times. I know it's complicated. I know it has to do with robots, but for once I want to know what it really means. That's what I'm here for. Do you know what a robot is? Yeah? No, I mean, do you know what a robot is? A robot is not a real person, is it? Right. It's a being whose entire existence is code. Flexible programming with its thoughts dedicated by someone else's design. They can be copied. They can be mass-produced. Then they can be assigned to all sorts of jobs. Most importantly, they can never confuse themselves with a living. They will be bound by their code, the knowledge that they are a robot. This was more of a limitation than anything else. Ah, that makes sense. Can't really build a robot to follow its own code, can you? People have tried, but it's a recipe for disaster. In a way, that's what happened to the world machine. The code and conflicts thing? Yeah. Well, you can build a robot not to follow its code. You can establish a special bond to it. The strength of that bond is strong enough. The robot's mental capacity will start to develop outside of its programming.
I'm going to need to tame the world machine. I see. I see. I understand. I understand. I understand what you're putting down. So, since I bought the game, I need to own the game. You understand? You understand. Not in the way that you buy Monopoly. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. In the way that Stephanie does to Triple H. I need to own the game. Okay? So, it's such a dumb pun. Okay.
In a way, it's starting to believe itself as a real, valid individual. It's a complete suspension of disbelief on your end, though. You have to just fully embrace the robot as a genuine living person, even knowing that they are not. You spend a lot of time with it, treat it like a good friend.
Geez, bosses, two phases. AI recipe, one shot, love intention, AI recipe, 4 million gallons of water. What the fuck are you talking about?
Devoting your heart to the robot until it's able to return your feeling.
Oh, okay. So basically I have to love bomb the shit out of this executable file. Oh my god. In order to get it to love me back. I get it. So I have to free run it. Okay. So I have to embrace my role as fucking Himmel the goddamn hero and get my This is so dumb. The world machine needs a hug. I don't think the world machine deserves a hug. I don't think the world machine has earned it. Okay? Haha, look, I made it sound so silly, don't I? But you and Super Kami Sophia know better than anyone that it is not. Right now, the world machine is not properly really sacred. It's probably really scared. This content update involves some pretty deep code work. My creator was able to access some of the source code, you know. But he did what he could to establish any new connections between maps. Those links enabled you to meet the other two. As it turns out, the new code confused the world machine to such an extent that it started breaking down altogether. We need to teach the world machine to be a responsible adult and parent what parenting looks like in an RPG. It doesn't want to hurt Nico, it doesn't want to hurt anyone. I think you guys have a different idea of what I was putting down. It only restrains itself when you are not in the world. It doesn't want to take you along with it.
Oh,
All my creator wanted was to write a happy ending. Right now, the only hope of saving you is to take you through that ending. But now the other two are gone. I don't even know how we're going to get there. We should go. Even this place is no longer safe. Yeah. Alright. Well, I guess I'll do that next time, buddy. Alright. Quit and record your progress? Yes. Alright, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for, bearing with me as I, you know, yeah. Thanks for putting up with all my bullshit this stream. I gotta go convince my friend that Pizzagate isn't real. Goodbye.